Oh shit, here we go again.
Low, low, man. Low, low, man.
You like contracts, right? You're a contract guy.
I read contracts instead of conventional.
No. Wait.
Slippery little bastard! Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy, Andrew Esquire, in this Legal Mind, so we teach you to be your own judge. We're finally getting to this trial stream that I've been trying to stream for the last 2 weeks. I think it's going to actually start today. Holy fucking shit. We're actually going to have a trial today, which is kind of crazy. I've been waiting for this for a while. I skipped the foreplay. I'm not a man about foreplay. There have been a lot of other channels that have been covering motions and the stuff like that. We don't do that. We go directly in. We go raw. We start it in the actual action. And there's lots of other stuff to cover. So my time is very valuable. My streaming time is valuable. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to Meme Copium. It's his birthday today. A good friend of mine, Josh, over there in Japan, in Osaka. I was on his channel before this, but I managed to still make it here on time. Yes, motherfuckers, I was on time, but I did scuff it. Because I did put my camera on before the intro finished playing. So that's on me. Scuff number one. Now we're waiting for this trial. Let me pull it up here so you guys know that I've got the footage here. We're going to go with Court TV because they've kind of got it up and going. I'll keep it over here in a second because we're still kind of pending. This is still the waiting for them to get their shit together. But we're going to get opening statements and we're going to get right into it. So we've already got the voir dire, which is the jury selection none. For those that don't know, and I kind of like it this way, a lot of you may not have even followed this trial, and that's actually a good thing because a lot of other times, channels want to give you the whole story, the background, but to me, it's more interesting to see you guys hear from the attorneys the story and let me know which way you think it's going to go. I don't have a channel that I think has a particular bias towards prosecution or defense, but I do have people that are interested in watching trials, right? So what I want you guys to think about as we go through this is, what do you think? Who do you think is, do you think this woman is innocent or guilty as we get into this? I will give a little bit of background, right? Because that much is needed, a little bit. So this is a trial of Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone is a woman from Winter Park, Florida, right in the judicial district where I used to live. I lived in Orlando, Florida for many years. I practiced in Orlando for the majority of my legal career in Florida. And I spent a lot of time in Winter Park. I knew exactly where this murder happened. She was an affluent white woman who was dating a boyfriend, right? Who is a Hispanic boyfriend, who was a smaller guy, and she allegedly murdered him by placing him inside of a suitcase. And I'm going to show you the suitcase real quick. I'm not going to play the video, but they were apparently playing, quote unquote, a game of hide and seek, and he ended up inside this suitcase and then he died, right? So she's going to tell us her story of this, why she's innocent, why this isn't her fault, why this isn't murder. His side, the prosecution, is going to say, this was 100% murder and she's guilty and should be going to jail for a very, very long time. So that's going to be the tale of the two narratives. But you're going to hear those facts from both the prosecution and defense. And I think that's the right way to do it. That's the right way to process it, is to hear it from them, because it's their job to convince you. It's not my job to convince you. A lot of other lawyers and legal channels, they want to be the ones to convince you because they have a side. A lot of times there'll be a lot of wine moms, and wine moms like to think everybody is guilty, right? So they're out there thinking, okay, they're all guilty. And so the lawyers are actually just simping for the wine moms. And then there can be people that are liberty simps. We're going to call them liberty simps, right? Or liberty or libertarians. How about that? Libertarians, right? Where everybody is innocent no matter what because the government is evil, right? Everybody's innocent no matter what because the government is evil and does everything wrong. So everybody's innocent. No rules, just right. The Lolberts, right? So you've got kind of two different camps when you come to a lot of streamers, and a lot of the trial streamers tend to fall into one or the other. I don't do either. I watch the trial and let my experience of what I see dictate what I say, right? So that's where I go with this. That's where I go with this. This is a very dramatic story, so it should be interesting. However, understand that trials are generally boring. They're also long. So this is something that'll probably go on several hours. Now, I don't know how I'm going to structure it in terms of whether I'm going to take a break or not. I may have some guests. So if I bring on some guests, which I'll bring on once the trial gets kicking here in a bit, I may send out an invite in 30 minutes or so to the one or two of the guests. Some smaller creators. I invited some smaller creators on, and just have them as lay people to chit chat, maybe taking a small break during lunchtime or pausing there. But I don't think I'm going to end the stream. I think I'll probably just leave the stream up as one continuous stream, even if we take a 5-minute break or whatever else we got for this to for lunch essentially, right? So I'm going to try to stick around for all of it and try to get through this. This is Friday, so obviously we're going to see what we get on this one day, and then we're going to pick it up next week. I will be going to Korea next week, so I'm going to do as much as I can, but I will be traveling some days, so there will be a day or two where there may be a bit of an interruption of the trial, but that's about it. Other than that, I do plan on largely covering this. So that's the general plan. All right. So yeah, maybe get Kirsha on. Yeah, I'll invite Kirsha. Sure, I'll invite Kirsha. This is definitely nightmare fuel for those that are afraid of claustrophobia or have claustrophobia. Don't worry, guys. There's no sound yet. I am sharing it. There's definitely the sound is on, right? But they haven't started yet. The great thing about Florida is that Florida streams all of its trials, so we get to see all of these live. Real quick, let me run through these. Shane of the Red says, yeah, boring unless it's Johnny Depp. Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm going to do my best to make this interesting. This kind of is a little bit of an experiment of concept because I want to see, okay, can I make a trial stream a little bit more interesting or bearable? And I am very selective. I picked this one because it's a very salacious topic. The facts and details are kind of crazier. And also, she's kind of been pretty insane in terms of at least her motions. Now, she hasn't been acting up in court. She hasn't been yelling and screaming, but her defense and what she's going to argue, I think, may be very, very bizarre. So that's what I think will make this a more interesting case. But we'll see. We'll see. The only other cases I have on my radar would be the Courtney Clenny case, which is the OnlyFans murderer in Miami, and then also the case, if it goes to trial, of Nicholas Robert Requeda. That's about all I've got on my list. Now, real quick, let me say thank you here to all the new members. First of all, King Lugia gifting 5 legal mindset memberships. Yes. Thank you very much, King Lugia. Also, we got Alfonso Oro, Vlad Vox Productions, Area Champion, Schmitty D, Provision of Grief, and STS IN2 all become new members. Now, some of you may have been new members that started during my last stream, and it might be repeating those, but all of you guys, regardless, you are appreciated. Thank you for your memberships. You guys are extraordinarily based, right? Extraordinarily based. Another fun fact about this case is this woman, for the longest time, was pro se. Pro se means she was representing herself. She went through 7 or 8 attorneys. I actually lost track because nobody would represent her because she wanted them to argue ridiculous stuff. But at the very last moment, the last month, she got an attorney, right? So now she actually has an attorney. Now that she realized, okay, for real, we're going to trial, right? She realized, okay, fuck, I can't do this trial by myself. I need a lawyer. And she went and got a lawyer. But she's been very obstinate, right? She's liable to turn on her lawyer. She's liable to blame her lawyer. 9 lawyers. Yeah, I mean, after you go through 6 lawyers, half a dozen lawyers, does it really matter? Pro se is a horrible fucking idea. Anybody who decides to do pro se is an idiot. It's the worst thing possible, especially if it's a trial like your own trial. Yeah, you need an attorney because you need somebody who is objective, who is able to separate themselves from the instant case, and you just can't do that. You just can't do that. These lawyers are going to have a tough time. They are going to have an uphill battle because they're dealing with a very obstinate client and the series of facts that is not good for them. Not good for them. Cocainium says, what's up, Andrew? Can't wait for today's coverage. Already know it's going to be good. Awesome. Now, one thing I may or may not do, I know there are other channels covering this. I may or may not do a little bit of good-hearted, good-natured stream sniping, just as a fun little aside, but not during any important parts. More when it's like slower and more boring. Then I'll do some of that. Not during the opening, not during the closing, not during any of the key witnesses. But if it's like kind of getting a little slow and boring, we may do a little light trolling and stream snipe some people that are also covering this. Lawyer friends of mine. These are not people that I don't like. These are people I do like. So people like, for example, Kurt, uncivil law, people like legal vices. I might poke over there and stream snipe them out of fun, but that is good natured. That is not ill natured, right? If I rib them, it's because I love them. So that's about it. But once again, not for the opening. I don't envision doing that today. I envision today just kind of watching through because this is just really for openings and maybe the very beginning of the trial. So don't imagine that's going to be happening today. But I think this will be good. I think it'll be better than the average trial. But mind you, average trials are boring. They're pretty fucking boring, which is why I said, okay, I'm thinking I can get a couple guests on. We can be yapping a little bit. Now, I'm going to try not to speak over the witnesses. And I've told all of my guests, the rule is don't speak over the witnesses. But, sometimes we may be mid-conversation. And if I'll finish the sentence, right? If I'm mid-sentence, I'll finish the sentence and then cut it, right? But obviously, if you want a channel that just covers this with no commentary whatsoever, there are other channels that do that, both other lawyers that do that, and you can just watch Law and Crime or Court TV and get the raw feed, right? So I don't want to see people bitching in the chat about speaking because, well, that's what the channel's about, right? So, we're going to be talking at some point, right? And maybe it goes over a little bit of what they say. We'll try to minimize it, but if you want to watch the raw feed, go watch Court TV. Yeah, puns make it less boring. Exactly. And kind of lightly mocking the witnesses, or maybe heavily mocking the witnesses. I really go hard on the lawyers because, frankly, the lawyers are the ones that deserve the most attack. Sometimes the judge can be incompetent, rarely, but sometimes a judge can be really incompetent, and then I might give him a little heat. But typically the lawyers are the ones where I'm like, what the fuck is this lawyer doing? Right? Now, I'll say this, and this is to be fair. Am I top expert trial lawyer here? Nope. Have I watched a shit ton of trials, both in person, both, doing a mock trial, both sitting through them when my friends in Orlando had trials. And I would go there and talk to them about them and go there and witness them. I've seen civil jury trials. I've seen murder trials. I've sat through all sort of stuff. So I've seen a shit ton of trials. So my observation comes not from me in personal, my comments come from not my personal practice, because obviously I was a corporate real estate transactional lawyer, right? Not a in trial everyday lawyer, which most lawyers aren't anyways. It comes from viewing these, but I've seen enough that I know what should and shouldn't be done, particularly in this jurisdiction. In fact, I'll probably be aware, I actually know this judge. I personally have met this judge. And I'm aware of the general environment in that court, right? So I have been in this courtroom many times. King Conda says 7 months of chaos. Now I get the trial. Let's go. Yeah, and that's one of the things. A lot of other channels, they rely on these trials, and I think that's a faulty strategy because these trials can get booted for years. We've been waiting on the Courtney Clenny trial for almost 2 years, right? And then a lot of times they end up not going or they end up getting settled. For example, Brad and Angelina Jolie, we thought they might have a trial that would be big, that would be like Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard Part 2. Nope, that's done. Right? We thought that there might be something with Marilyn Manson. Nope, that's done. Right? So sitting around and waiting for that is not something I do. There's a lot of pressing legal issues that need to be covered. So that's why I don't primarily do trial coverage, but I do find it fun when it's a good case. Trish Chan says, I know nothing. I'm expecting hell. Yeah, and it may very well be. It may be chaos. It may be complete bullshit. But I kind of like you coming in as somebody who doesn't know anything because you're coming in without a bias, right? You're not a wine mom who wants to convict everybody because she thinks that's fun. And you're not a, Lulbert who thinks everybody is innocent. Wananome says, IOY. I'm assuming that's I love yuzu because I love yuzu as well. Yuzu is great. Yuzu is delicious. Oh man, I just had this great dessert. And I probably shouldn't have dessert because I have a little bit of a cold, but I am a naughty boy. I'm a very, very naughty boy. It was like coconut ice cream and with bananas. Oh, so good. So good. So delicious. So delicious. I made sure to eat a lot before this because I know I may not be eating very much during the next 6 to 8 hours. So I had a nice big meal, big Thai noodles, like piled up with beef, some shrimp wontons. I'm ready to go. It was good stuff. Tatsumi says, with Florida sunshine laws, one of my favorite games to play is Florida Man Roulette, where participants put their birthday in August and plus Florida Man Woman in Google to see. Mine involves a strip club, if I believe. August 5. Let's see this. Doing a little bit of oh no, here you go. There's a lot. All right, here's a Florida Man calendar. Let me do it for me. This is for me. Right? So here's me in a Florida Man calendar. Right? So I'll share this real quick. Florida man carjacks ambulance service vehicle. It took a series of unfortunate choices to finally send Gregory Brian McGall to jail. Initially, he apparently stole a truck and crashed it, but he was found near his truck by a medical service professional behind the wheel of a Chevy Tahoe used as an ambulance service vehicle. McGill Gall got inside the car, fought with the driver, and carjacked it from the medical professional. Oh, God. He was later arrested while riding with somebody else. The driver of the vehicle that he got arrested in also had multiple warrants out for his arrest. Good stuff. Very Florida man. Very Florida man. Good stuff. Now, of course, that's crazy. And of course, we don't advise you do that, right? We do not do that. Is there an article in the middle of these ads? Yeah, it's crazy the space they put for ads nowadays, and it's kind of ridiculous how you'll have 75% of the landscape of an actual page taken up by ads. It's kind of ridiculous. Patently ridiculous. But honestly, I like sunshine laws. I like transparency. I think that's a good thing. I think transparency is a great thing. So I am glad for the Florida man stories. And the reason why we have that is because we are transparent. And I think that's a very, very good thing. All right, we looks like we may be starting soon because we've adjusted to the person walking in view. So let me go to my I think I like this. What do you guys like? Do you like me in the corner or on the side? I'm gonna put a little poll here, guys. Corner or side? Corner, side. I'll do whatever is best. I think I'm a little partial to this side because if we get more guests, it won't take up as much space. But side piece, oh, that's fucked up, Danielle. That's fucked up. Get in the middle. I don't have this set up. That's to be like a custom OBS setting. StreamYard doesn't have middle. Like 76 so far say side. So side is winning pretty clearly. Side piece. And then embiggen yourself. Yes, I will embiggen myself. I will go like this if I'm going to make a point. right? So don't worry. Put yourself in the place of the defendant. Just like cover it over. Can you cover NASCAR's response? Eventually, I have been asked to cover that by multiple people. Eventually, I will cover that. Yes. Yes. That is going to happen. On locals, they asked me, is there no cuck chair option? Law and crime. Never heard of them. Are they similar to law and cock? Yes, they're the same thing. Yes. Let me send out. So far I had two folks that I wanted to send the invite to. So now we're about to start here. I can send it out. Yes, there's no cuck chair, so no Nick option. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. There's no hedonism 2 option. We're not there yet. All right. Okay, so send out one invite, and then I will send invite number 2. Also, thank you, JP Ravenfire, for 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Appreciated very, very much. Thank you. And since we have some time here, I can do the reaction clip.
Hello, beso de pato, man.
Thank you very much, JP. Of course, during the trial, I need to take it a little bit easy on the reaction clips because they might cover over witnesses. So I try not to do that. Hey, this is chat. I'm waiting for NASCAR case to take a turn to left. Yeah, there needs to be a little bit more fuel on that fire, but could be a good one to cover. I mean, I'm not against covering the NASCAR case, especially if it goes to trial. Let's see. And let me invite one more person who okay, 3 invites sent. So we'll see what happens here. Michelle, 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you. Yes. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much. I have been streaming my ass off, which is kind of my goal to do before Korea, because when I am in Korea, we'll have to focus on everybody there. That's the priority. Now, I imagine I'll have time to do a stream or 2, right? Or maybe 2 streams a week or something like that. You know, not a massive amount, but I will be kind of busy doing stuff. So streams are lower priority. That'll be I'll be in Korea the 24th until November 12th. So around that, or November 11th, really. So during that period of time, a little bit lighter on the streams. So trying to go hard now. Thank you for that, though. Thank you. And please say thank you to Michelle, JP, everybody else who gave those memberships, because that's what makes it possible. And of course, this is in Orange County, Florida, in the Orange County Courthouse. Don't know the courtroom number, but I imagine it's at least on the, it's probably on like the 9th or 10th floor. Let's see, I should look that one up. Let me look up which floor the courtroom is on. I'd say streaming is life. It must never be a lower priority than anything. Yes, this is totally true. This is totally how Asmongold ended up having shit in his room. And by the way, Let me just put a little poll in the chat of the coverage I've had lately. Which coverage has been most interesting to you? Which of my recent coverage has been most interesting to you? I just want to take a little poll here because I've been covering a lot of topics. So let me just put like Asmongold, right? We had Gina Carano, Disney. I'll just put VTuber issues in general if you're interested in that, or if you're just this trial coverage. But trial coverage, I'll put that out there. So I'm not going to put other because that's kind of the main 4 things I've been doing lately. So which one of these is most interesting to you? Yeah, got to stream. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's base got to do it. Someone in the chat says anyone can cover VTuber stuff, which I love, but the deep Gina lawsuit stuff is you need to do. Yes, it's true. I'm pretty much the only one who went hard on Disney, and I did that for over 2 years almost of just like going after Disney. Well, that was almost all I did was looking deep into Disney. And they did have, this is Sarah Boone right here. She's got a suit on. She asked for a snack tray. She was denied a snack tray. We're going to get sound here in a second. But yes, Disney is pretty unique. My coverage of Disney was pretty unique. That is very fair. Do we have a bigger reaction? No, I do not. So far, VTuber wins with 40, followed by Gina Carano, Disney, 14% Asmongold, 16% trial. Cool. That's about what I thought it was going to be. Anime too. Yeah, I should have put anime on there, but I feel like anime goes with VTubers. Sorry. I feel like those things are hand in hand. Although I covered anime before I covered any VTuber issues, I feel like those are hand in hand. We're still not, the volume is still kind of down because you're not speaking in the mics. The one thing about this court is sometimes these people don't speak into the mics. It's the most frustrating thing ever, but it's kind of something that's hard to mitigate. Hard to mitigate. I think I've got my volume booster up. Let me make sure.
Bless you.
I'm going to turn the volume up a little, okay, guys? Just a little. Because it's an artificial enhancement, so if it goes too high, it's going to be way too high. And we're going to hear a lot of like shuffling. Oh, also we have one of our guests.
Hi.
Erwin, what's up? How's it going?
Good, good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Audio's okay?
Yeah, your audio's good.
Cool.
And private chat me your channel. Okay, I might turn this volume down. It's a little bit. Like you hear like the shuffling a little bit too much. Like I don't want to hear them turning every page. Let me see.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone. Back there.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 is identified in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is
119.
remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Wish her a happy birthday? No. No.
I did include certain pages that discuss depression issues because I believe that they were related to anxiety. And I've identified
Bro, they need to get these boxes out of there.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Oh, wait, that box might be the suitcase. Fuck. I think the box is a suitcase.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first two that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111. And I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there is no other Bates stamp. So I had to, I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those two pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there is a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit.
She was drunk as fuck.
It's a central nervous system depressant. We are going to have at least one medical doctor, well, two. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist.
That's an important distinction.
Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will give that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding. Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time.
It's some
Page
ticky-tacky
63.
details.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results contained in another page?
Just on page 26, the one I previously described as wanting included.
So not following 49 to 50 or 51 sequentially?
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete.
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just they just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Page 63. It appears to be repetitive, but we don't have any particular objection. Page 63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another part of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018. So we don't object to that. So basically we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The defense did, or I'm sorry, the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State, 369 Southern 3rd, 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health.
This is pre-trial. We're pre-opening statement.
I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say. We got it last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office. For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. It was yesterday or the day before that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received, and we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may, real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from the Admissibility department, actually it's a separate subcontractor, the request was made on 27th September. I suspect
Assault Suitcase, yeah. No, they can't sue the suitcase manufacturer, guys. Not possible. I mean, you could sue, but they're not going to win. This person has a really shitty mic. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Any further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
This is a pre-trial hearing they have to have before they start the trial. It should be relatively short, though.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
Relatively.
81 pages that we got on September 27th, 2000.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
If you did sue a suitcase manufacturer, that would just carry on for a long time.
One more time.
If you did sue a suitcase manufacturer, that would just carry on for a long time.
They would motion to dismiss you and they'd probably win.
Your Honor, there was just a reference that 81 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed.
Oh, he ain't
Does
fucking
everyone
around.
understand?
He ain't fucking around.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I like it, though.
And
I like it.
I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order. So for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes. And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14. And it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway
I can't unsee that now.
continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119 so that I may
Good
ask
procedure.
that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness that it be included. I'm just at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119 page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word and it helps the attorney greatly.
Zodiac.
So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance of those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide.
Okay. I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may,
Yes.
we had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they
The defense
closed.
is trying to
We were there at
overwhelm
8
them with
o'clock
evidence,
to get
yes.
the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay. Appreciate it.
And this is
All right.
a
Any other
typical
argument with regard
defense
to the
tactic
Richardson issue?
to dump stuff at the
Anything
last
further,
minute
Mr.
on the
Beck?
prosecution.
Okay.
It's
With
actually-
regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments.
Yeah,
The court
agree.
has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages, 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they are able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Like the video,
Judge,
guys.
The defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives.
Ooh, that's
and
impermissible.
Photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are evidence of prior threats.
Oh no, speak into the mic, Boomer. Come on, bro.
Here's my concern.
Oh no.
Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did pull up a couple of these on the justifiable use of
F in the chat for Boomers
Still,
not using the
that does
right
not answer
mic.
my question.
F in the chat.
Okay.
I'm interested in using.
Gotta get fancy with the court-appointed lapel mics.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that hard to have lapel mics. I don't know why that isn't standard. Right now, they're going to the demonstrables. This is beyond legal mindset levels of scuff. Ban this motherfucker for saying that. I'm joking. They're going through their demonstrables because.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge, it's opening statements. We should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial. and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
I've been doing this 35 years. I've had these boards. I've used these boards. At
I'm
opening statements
old.
I don't know how many times. I've
I'm
said that
old.
I
This is
would
the way I
waive
did it in
introducing
1920.
one specific to self-defense. But reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory. And I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please?
The judge is going to be like, "Yeah, it's ain't that your crop."
Here's the
is up
first
here."
problem. That's the wrong instruction.
Oh!
Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt.
Boomer.
Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Oh, that's a big one. He's
As
so
long as it,
bad.
I mean, we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using
Man.
enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
I think he's used those for a long time. I think that's the thing. He really has used them and they're out of date.
So it didn't just copy pasta from Wikipedia.
Or it's just old. It's just old version. He said it's been updated, which it has, by the way.
That seems to be the standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions, 6 through 10, we're going to use in this case because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law, you know, that in many ways, we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's
Know your
appropriate.
role.
It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
He ain't gonna get it. He's not gonna get this.
Let me
He's gonna
move to the
lose.
photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
The boomer is trying so hard
I
right
think
now.
for the record, we should mark them.
Okay. Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
Real quick, while he's approaching, thank you, Orsa Plots, for the 50 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very based. Guys, chat, I already see you thinking, but please say thank you if you received a gift membership today. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Very based of you. And clearly, much more of a W than the L that this boomer just took. Thank you. The old guy is a lawyer. This is a lawyer. I don't actually know him, but there's a lot of these lawyers out there. They've been practicing forever, and the problem with them is they're crotchety. So when they've been doing something forever, they don't want to be told that the laws changed or the procedures changed. He literally said, "I've been doing this in 40 trials. I've done so many trials, and I've done it." You've been doing it wrong, bro. Like, and sometimes you just got to realize you take a judge like Judge Ted, who I want to call him Judge Chad now. I want to upgrade him because he just said that's wrong. And it takes a judge to just put you in your place and be like, we're not doing this. You're wrong. This is legally wrong. You're giving bad information to the jury, right? And people assume when a lawyer presents information, it's accurate. That's the danger, is that when you present information to the jury as a lawyer, especially the law, they assume it's true and it's been vetted. But a lot of times it hasn't. And this is a very good catch by the prosecution to stop the defense bullshit in presenting bad law to the jury, because that will confuse them. It would have been very embarrassing in front of the jury. That's why the jury isn't in here. They're in their own room right now.
Like the Potter case.
Jury Chad Cruz, yes. Teddy Chad. Yeah, he's just upgraded himself.
Judge Dredd.
Yeah, Judge Dredd. They update the standard very often, but I believe, and I'm going to double check here, it was like a couple years ago. I'm going to double check when exactly it changed. Definitely changed in 97, and I think there's another change too. Yeah, 3 years ago it changed. Also, Blindside, welcome as a new member. Appreciate you. Guys, make sure you have accept gift memberships turned on so you can receive them when they're given out. Also, Max said for 5, can we get over 500 likes out of the non-likers of you for Judge Ted? What's up, Aaron?
If you're a branded account, you can't accept gifts.
Yes. So we got to pay.
Complain to YouTube. Yeah, click the bubble above for the gifts and then click accept from there.
Yeah. And then I'll read a couple more of these. Yukio says, I almost feel bad for this guy fucking up. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing because that's your client there. And you know that she's going to file a claim against him for being a bad lawyer after the trial's over because she is really anal about her lawyers. Like, she's gone through 9. So, you know, it doesn't take anything for her to turn on her lawyers. Junie, what's up? Good to see you for 5 says, it's streams like these where I don't know if Minecraft season is going to be lit. Vine boom after Vine boom after Vine boom.
Or Vine Boone.
Vine Boone. Oliver Klozoff says, I heard the owners of Law and Crime participate in animal-related role play, specifically related to raccoons, the trash of furry culture. I'd believe it. Babycakes 420 said, hey, Defense is playing whack-a-mole with a dude in a suitcase. Oh, no. No. EDMG says for 7, this is why people should retire early. Yes. And the problem is in the legal profession is a lot of really old people are not retiring. They're staying in the office till 80 or 90. And this is what I saw in one of my offices in Orlando. And that's why actually one of the reasons why I left, because the people that I would have stepped up into their role, they were not going to retire till they died. They just were workaholics that were going to stay in there till they got carted out.
Especially partners in Big Law.
Partners in, yeah, it's the same thing. Geronimo said, out of the loop, who's Sarah Boone? She is this woman right here. You're going to learn all about her through the trial. It's better you just learn through listening to the trial. But she is accused of murder of her boyfriend in Florida. Yeah, M gave a good summary here.
So she's not pro se?
She's not pro se. The old boomer is her lawyer.
Got one to stick.
Oh, Chaos Smash. She's going to stuff this lawyer in a suitcase after? Oh, no. Remember, this is all still pre-trial. We have not started the official trial yet. We have one hearing before the trial starts, a pre-trial hearing to determine the level of culpability, right? Whether it's intentional or a disregard, right? And a wanton disregard, different standards, right? So we're going to go through that hearing beforehand. Called the Richardson hearing.
The Mark Richardson hearing?
No. And sorry, that's for it's to determine whether there's been a violation of discovery rules.
But you get that out of the way before you get a Brady violation.
Correct. Sorry. So it's not about her crime. It's about the discovery violation. This is not a death penalty case. She will not get the death penalty. Even though she, is accused of killing somebody. I wish this boomer would speak in the fucking microphone. This is going to be a problem during the trial. This is going to be a constant problem. So the boomer is approaching right now to describe the photo. So he's literally describing photos. Sarah Moon. The one named Sarah. Sarah Moon. She puts villains in suitcases. This judge has been very fair. No, the judge is using the microphone fine. This is fucking Boomer right here. See right here? He's not speaking into the mic that's on the podium.
All these, thank you. All these exhibits.
Oh, feet on camera. Degenerates. We have feet on camera. You guys see it? The court reporter on the right. Oh, no. Chat. Chat. Chat saying zoom in. Enhance. Oh, the grippers. No. Oh, no.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens?
Yes, Judge, and I sent you some cases.
When did you send it, sir?
And on Twitch.
I have not received it.
Judge is angry. Bad News Badger says, I find it disturbing that her looks is a mirror image of my aunt. And if I didn't know better, I could have mistaken the two any day.
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email.
Don't get inside your aunt's
I'm not
luggage.
sure if it indicated
Does she travel a lot?
who all was copied on it. Separately, I'll check.
Is it just these two cases? Been provided Alsager v. State, 326 7th 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Low v. State, 259 7th 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Alcaguer case, which is the 2021 case, Supreme Court, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting states' use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that wasn't in the record. The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida, again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution.
This is not a death penalty case.
Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. Court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege
They're claiming
prior
self-defense.
instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence, so that the
Yes, this is not a joke.
who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm.
Yeah, they're going to argue that They're going to seriously argue self-defense and battered woman syndrome.
Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of George Torres.
The suitcase was a mimic.
What'd you say?
The suitcase was a mimic in chat.
A mimic. Oh no.
Honestly, you find at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence. You would consider that fact to be what Sarah Boone reasonably believed was necessary for her to use violence. We have a good faith belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is, it is
He
your
knows how to speak in
discretion,
front of a
and you
microphone.
will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out,
He knows how to use it.
as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point, where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence.
This is why she
when
fired
the
her
defendant
attorneys.
does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, then certainly this is A would come in, and some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground.
Oh my God.
And then returning back to C,
Oh fuck.
D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive.
Yes.
Don't
Thank
bring
you.
the fucking.
B is the only one that is
this.
not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this
Don't blow up the
particular
dogs.
case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's.
Call about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
Real quick.
Already ruled that these things.
About the defense attorney, the boomer.
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battery spousing. I said self-defense.
The secretary under his table gets an X-rays, bro.
Arguing.
I'm done. I'm
I
done.
said nothing about battery spousing.
Thank you, Mac.
Self-defense.
I understand.
In prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions
No.
with my client,
Not that Reddit.
we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act.
Is she going to testify?
She reacted based on that threat.
Understood.
I
Your
think
response
she's
to
going to
Exhibit B.
testify.
So look at which one's the-
It's
Oh,
the her
man.
on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, more stories abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
It is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they've listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse them.
Oh yeah, they're definitely trying to emotionally manipulate there, because you get a dog abuser in there, and that's a
Thank you.
really that's a real
They're checking, Judge.
All right.
that's a real problem.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
Good ruling.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Here we go.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, counselor.
Oh,
We intend.
oh, I
to
love this
play the
judge.
2-minute Suitcase video.
A
to the jury.
goddamn Biden lawyer. Shake my head. Thank you, Cast Smash.
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during the opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach eventually.
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through
The judge is
witnesses or
good.
through
This is a very
demonstration
good judge.
and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Defense is already blown out pretty much what they want to do in their opening, their whole dog and pony show, their incorrect summation of the law, their pictures, the dog photo, which is extremely prejudicial. If they start off with a accusation that he's a dog abuser, that is crazy. They also wanted to try to prove self-defense. Yes, they are going to argue self-defense, battered wife syndrome, but that got knocked down. So this judge, very fair. Now he says, hey, look, same applies to the other side. We're not showing video. We're not showing pictures. Neither one of you are doing this. I think that's very fair, a good ruling, and we're going to get to that evidence over the next couple of days of trial. So it's not like we're not going to see this stuff. It'll come up eventually, right? Real quick, Max said, let me say for $5, said, let me say I found you for the anime and I stayed for the legal takes and education on the law. Real life law is way more interesting than TV. That is facts. That is so true. Letty for $4.99 says, I believe we, after watching Pot Criminal Stream, potentially criminal, to establish battered spouses, she needs to take the stand. Exactly. So if she's going to do that, she's got to take the stand. Yes, that is true. So if she's really going to go with that, she's going to get roasted on the stand. It is a horrible idea for a criminal defendant to get on the stand. Unless they absolutely have to. Unless they absolutely have to. Lenmar says, is that the future you here in court? Damn. Wait, which one do you think is me? Do I look like one of these guys? The judge, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I look like the judge, though. I don't know. I don't think I've got a doppelganger in this one, guys. Sorry.
At least in fairness.
Nope. The fairness, yes. The boomer? Fuck you guys.
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time?
Fucking ban.
State.
Fucking ban.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Time these fuckers out. Don't forget to raid someone. Yeah, in 8 hours when this is over. Sure. Also, let me welcome Junie. Hey, Junie.
Was good.
VTuber's first opening statement.
Literally.
No, good timing. The openings and closings are the sexiest part of the trial because it's kind of setting it up, painting a picture, and then finishing it out and giving you a summation.
Y'all may be
Those are the
seated.
best parts to be here for.
Yeah. I always feel like the best clapbacks happen during opening and closing.
For sure.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
All right, get the parties approach for a moment.
Don't most juries kind of figure out what they're going to think about the case during opening statements anyway?
Most people make up their mind generally during opening, but closing is a time when they can kind of change their mind or alter it, right? And sometimes during trial, people do alter their opinion. Very famous cases. There are some very famous cases where people change their mind mid trial because they'll hear a witness say something and they'll be like, "Wait a second." Or like Amber Heard, they'll hear her talk and she's completely not credible. So,
all right, members of our jury, good morning. I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. Then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment?
So it's just making sure there's no bias, that there wasn't anything whispered. That
And
there wasn't
juror
anything...
in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir?
Just Aerosmith.
Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
Did the attorneys grab your ass? Thanks, Don. My wonderful moderators, Don Baca, Danielle, professional gentleman. Thank you. Repton stepped on a bee for 2 Canadian. Chaos Smash for 2 says, Aaron, sandwich between a lawyer and a VTuber. As you should.
Well, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. It's something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just to be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way, to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you.
These can be kind of long, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence
Oh, go back on the mic.
To the mic.
Please speak into the mic.
Because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds.
I'm upping the volume.
She did this
They need to like clip one of those little mics to him.
to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How
So they weighed 103 pounds.
We don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event. The evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, sir, and out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah. 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 The defendant laughs again. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. She laughs again. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, fuck you. I can't fucking breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah, shh, is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase.
Oh, that's totally the suitcase.
And all you hear during this
box.
22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at
You talking
least
about the box?
11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah.
It's the suitcase.
It's gotta be.
How did we get to this point where 103 pounds...
They're panning over to it.
He needs to stay on the mic.
He's still in there to
Oh.
this day.
The defendant wakes up late morning, perhaps early afternoon.
You can tell it's Jover.
Several hours. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, Torres. And eventually realizes...
Even my catacombs. Shut up.
And tries to resuscitate him. Here's her claim that she crashes down on his 100-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out. The next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian.
No!
Her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020.
My cat's better at being on mic than this lawyer.
School day, their child is in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they'll co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that 3 schedule. And Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. Now we've led into Monday. Mr. Boone has been trying actually to contact the defendant by the time of that morning. Just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school today. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that. You will see in the phone record, he calls her, calls her.
I hope the boomer stays on the mic.
Being the nice co-parent that he is, comes over. It's a short drive, 10 minutes. And she's explaining to him what the heck is going on. He peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that house. He does wait outside though.
This is when they found the body.
So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant thinks,
Please go to the mic. Please go to the fucking mic. Thank you. Stay on the mic.
what you will not hear
Oh God, so much
are
better.
tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night.
There we go.
Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase, and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep.
Uh-huh.
So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in steps, was taken to the ninth division.
These lawyers need to have microphones clipped to them before I start throwing things. Before I put him in a suitcase.
They're scuffing this worse than I do.
Scuffing it worse than I do.
Who plays hide and go seek in their 40s though?
Furries.
But she also did notice, some blunt force trauma, the torso, space, mouth. She'll use words like contusion, will help her explain contusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas, will help her understand for you all that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you expect from bruises, why they're running through. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, Sheriff's Office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body worn camera. It's more of the same as what we heard on the 911 call. I see. It was good. I fell asleep. What happened? A few hours later, detectives from the homicide unit of Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found at a suitcase and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene.
Thank you, you fucking boomer.
And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were just literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over
2 people.
the night before.
It's pretty good.
Not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are $7.50. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces.
It was a Magnum bottle. Okay, got
A
it.
standard serving of wine is 5 ounces. You can begin to do the math. And here's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear
Never
things
heard
like,
of
we only
Magnum
had 1
wine.
bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine.
Look that bottle.
So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, and her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, you know, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th. What they are doing, and by they I mean Orange County Sheriff's Office, in part, that's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier.
This is
You may
far
see that
more
too.
anecdotal than prosecution.
But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself.
I wouldn't use Latin as a lawyer.
Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentionally. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again.
That's what I say every Friday.
She insists that she has no injuries on her. And you don't have to take her word for it, because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres' brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Ms. Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces, nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote-unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall.
Dramatic pause.
January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you, all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh. Torres.
Bless your heart.
Referring to Mr. Torres getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, are all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween is in like 13 days.
Oh, you're muted.
We're talking about
Your
you.
mic.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, they're not muted. I'm muted.
No, they're just bad at being around a microphone. I'm like leaning in to hear anything and I can't, and it's frustrating me.
We're going to switch source audio when we go to prosecution.
So, you mean defense? Or wait, I don't know.
Sorry, at the end of prosecution.
Okay.
And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she ever been punched. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours. And she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 344 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly happen. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, the things that come along with the relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date, it's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these days are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, and it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, okay. It's one thing or the other. Like, I asked a dude for a cigarette, of course, flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear, potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview about a month ago. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting and playing around.
A stab wound is sword fighting.
I'm kind of thinking, had Sarah Boone just been a VTuber, she could claim that it was just ASMR.
The state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this group labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to the group, the blooms on the tree, inspector, there are experts who come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance we may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouses. The state is not challenging in any way the battered spouse injury exists. We all recognize the experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. There are some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about the subject matter.
If there is any. There probably will be no testimony about battered women. Better ones than them.
Actually, a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5-ER. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5.
He's talking to the jury. He's just in front of the podium.
What it is and what they describe it as is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our status books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a disorder diagnosis. It'll say, well, all three, that it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You have it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because there's no, it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts. It's kind of like grandma's recipe and down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect to hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand control that can be exerted over partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well, by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the deceiver. We'll hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, we talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction, right?
I'm going to switch the audio now, guys, because this is pretty bad. We've got a better source. So 1 second.
Watch him end in 2 minutes.
1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, this version is better. So we're gonna go with this one, which I think is better. Hold on.
You're saying I don't need the chair. No, we clearly do need the chair. People are being dumb today.
Yeah. No, people are being real fucking dumb. Let's see.
The chair is necessary.
Is this audio better?
You're not going to take that home inspector's report.
I think it's worse.
Yeah.
Take the tires, do all the things that the box on here.
See, this is a
Yeah.
slow chair model.
It's still, yeah, sorry guys. That one's just as fucking bad. Sorry guys. All right, we'll go back to the class.
problem.
Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society. But years ago, when this was being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave?
Use the booster.
Spouse syndrome, the testimony of the record, I'll explain those things to people. It's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, isolation.
Just talk into the microphone.
Now, turning to the tax bar case, what you're going to do is
He's just a man of the chat. He wants to have the feet in the picture.
that's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining subjective views that one holds. What we will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, a home inspector. If a home inspector's report is based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing brand new JVC pipes, this sucker's good to go. I'm pretty You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, kick the tires, do all the things that the box here. You want an expert to get reliable information. The expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story, even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things have to be from her. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability, particularly circumstances that we discussed. Another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners doesn't mean that a spouse syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. That's just their day. They get over it. They live their life and find another thing. Their cycle spins like that. So just because you hear about those things with the experts doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say it applies. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk about some other things, take that journey together. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth to the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears. The statements that you're going to
Sorry, one second.
return guilty verdict for second-degree murder.
Okay, sorry. We're gonna switch over again, and do a little rewind here. So before we get into the defense, that was the prosecution, right? So we're gonna switch over here to Fox Orlando. Fox Orlando apparently has slightly better audio. So we'll get the end here, and then we'll switch with the defense.
The video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything.
That is a little better.
Your own two eyes and your own two ears. The statements that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show
A little bit better.
is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It hasn't been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule sequestration will be invoked. Thank you.
That means witnesses can't be in the courtroom.
You may proceed, sir.
Appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is Jay.
Oh, he's further away from the mic.
That's legally.
This is Fox Orlando. Much better.
We're not sure, but we're trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably at the end of the day when we Monday, so you can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to lie on. No higher call than to lie on. And we're going to ask you
Oh.
to lie on. And find Sarah Boone not guilty.
This is a defense. The old man.
To defend yourself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres
Oof.
were down and out.
Oof. No
As you can-
subtitles on this one. Better audio, but
Their
no
life
subtitles.
centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had. And considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that, all the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time.
5 years. 5 fucking years.
2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before. They hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live.
Where shopping is a pleasure.
I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine, and then of course there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two, and as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card. And he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle.
Oh, they pulled up his stat card.
It's like credit card, yeah.
Something like that.
What's his agility?
And again, there'll be a Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle. It will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows.
The guy was practicing when I was
This
born.
is not good. She knows
He
this
answered her
means she's gonna
ad.
get to another level of intoxication.
He was practicing before I was even a concept.
So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly.
They get silly.
And they decide to play a game of hide and seek.
Oh, silly game.
She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase.
You're going to blame the
They
suitcase
both
now.
weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they move it back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps. She sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there and, they see each other. They smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point, he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2
That
minutes
court
long.
reporter looks so
She
done.
videotapes. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George's, that the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers on the bottom. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand.
Okay.
She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense.
She's got to testify, guys. That's a big one. And that's always a disaster. It's always a shit show when they testify. She's going to incriminate the fuck out of herself.
You can hear from the medical examiner.
Unless she argues silly little guy, then she's scot free.
Want to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that.
Yeah, the court reporter is officially Angela from The Office. Officially.
Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there. And there's a bat downstairs. The same bat
Why do you need to
that
defend
George
yourself from
Torres
the guys in a
used, and there's a video
suitcase?
where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loves you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave.
Why women don't
You're going to
leave.
hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. Prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die.
She doesn't need intent to kill.
She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, you know, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you know, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple.
Like Grimace.
She tries her best to do some CPR.
I thought she
freaks
said
out.
blue.
The only family she's got is her ex-husband. Really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. And where her son is at. Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly.
Smart,
She
but
calls
not worldly.
Brian, what do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. He said, call 911. She calls 911 within a minute, 2. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking.
He looks
Sarah's
like
freaking out.
likely to remember.
Sarah's thinking,
The evidence in this case is wild.
I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder.
It's true.
And, you know, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out, and then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars, and it's recorded. You may hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all of it. And they find these 2 videos. Sarah is not aware.
Analyst?
You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant. Or Detective Cops was pregnant. Said, end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was telling you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead, it was an interrogation. And they were going to arrest her.
Girl is yapping.
Made their mind up.
Needy black screen stream.
And they were
What
going to
is
confront
this?
her and try to get her to confess based on the 2 videos. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon when she got there to get her phone. They said, "No, you got to come up here." They're in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours. Of them trying to
Fox was like, we need to put some sort of.
Here's the law. Here's the real law.
But
The law
Sarah
that this guy
lies.
fucked up on.
She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not.
It's
So she
a
lies.
it's an act coming from a depraved
not a
mind,
lawyer.
regardless of human life. The
doesn't
intent
know
is
about
different.
Self-defense. She doesn't
Wouldn't that be
understand.
drunk
She
off
has
your ass?
It does not have to be
a lawful
premeditated.
right to defend herself.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone gave. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's saying,
She's
so
happy
attitude
because she's
is
drunk.
not one of distress.
She happy
Oh.
her man did.
Yeah.
If you're happy and you know it, lock him up.
We're here today, full packed courtroom.
This
Judge Grant's
is
here.
Your Honor, my client claims whoopsie daisy.
Because you've got to decide this case
Defense lawyer simping for the
honestly,
jury.
fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial.
It's not accurate.
Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case.
The cat's
There's their
name.
side and their side. So you can't.
Chat's simping for the cat.
Early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in open.
Ma'am.
That's extremely hard to do.
Want to become a lawyer?
Now, you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences
There we
affect
go.
her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not.
Here we go with this defense, which they may not even legally be able to enter this into the jury instructions.
After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The parties approach for a moment.
Okay, well, that was interesting. There was that.
We've been listening to opening arguments in the Suitcase murder trial.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, this one is like has
yeah,
a
you said you
voiceover
wanted
from
to
the
like
local-
swap back whenever they started.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back because this one has subtitles. So we're gonna start with the prosecution. By the way, thank you to all the members. 20 new members. Thank you, Anoth, Whiskey, Ditzy. Appreciate that. Also for the very, very generous gifts. The Range, appreciate that. Bologna Bong with the 10. LJ O'Rourke with the 10. Gamma with the 5. Thank you very much. And Doug Diaz with the 5. Thank you. We're at 102 new members. Thank you so much for that, guys. Swearing in the first witness here for the prosecution.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir.
Is the volume all right?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that
It's
you
a state
know
witness. State
George
witness.
Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
Six.
And
You have to count.
family
Hi.
resided here in the Central Florida area.
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Sarah.
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, Can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Really short.
Any cross-examination?
That's his brother. That's the brother of the deceased. So he's emotional. He's not nervous. He's emotional.
Yeah. Everyone's saying
real-
the cat. Everyone's saying my cat won and did. And did.
Yes, the cat did win. Also, the court reporter's feet was 68% of the vote.
Paul one off.
Bonking all of you.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
Her posture is amazing, though. The court reporter.
I mean, look at that chair.
Let's
It's
go
some
back
good
to this
lumbar
phone call
support.
we were talking about. That was on
Yeah.
February 23rd of 2020, and that phone call was
My other
approximately
cat.
7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No. Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I could tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct? Yes. And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is
that correct, sir? And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have it. If I can.
You may, sir.
Just show me what's in the box. Patrick, what's in the box?
By the way, someone asked how the subtitles are faster. It's because there's a recording delay. That's always
Sir, other than,
standard TV practice.
Siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
State would call Devin Jamro.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Holy fuck. Okay, I turned that down. Sorry, guys.
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
We'll see if that's better.
Currently the Castleberry location.
God
Were
damn.
you at the location on Goldenrod?
What in the Dallas finance, bro? Am I looking
Back
at?
in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
He does look like a finance pro. Here's Publix. By the way, most of you haven't been to Publix, but their subs are amazing, legitimately. If you get a chance, get a pub sub.
Trust?
Publix? Yeah.
Yeah.
Be great.
Okay.
That's good as a Beckman sub.
Witness which has been previously marked for identification as states D and been shown to defense.
D is in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
We're doing military slang. Wawa is best. Heresy. Heresy.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
I'd rather go to a CU. Don't be so for real.
No Wawa in the north? Isn't it from Pennsylvania?
He's going to verify the receipts.
Louder. I'm trying to turn it down, Chad. I promise. Working on it.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes,
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store.
yep.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as states D will be received into evidence without objection as states 1.
Was a good deal had this Publix?
How many coupons did they use before the murder?
Did they use
Also,
their-
Blasphemous Crow, welcome as a member.
Your Honor,
Appreciate
I
it.
approach the witness who's been previously
Can I
marked
get
for
breakfast for
identification
$2 at
states
Publix,
J
like I
and
do in
shown to
Korea?
defense.
At CU?
So I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes,
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
yes,
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.
yes,
It's tie.
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
they do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification, the states J, into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection as states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
This prosecutor really does look like Woody Harrelson, though. But I am taking nicknames. If you guys have a better nickname, for this,
Let me call your next witness.
State would call Joan Williams.
I will call him Millennium Beige.
Millennial Gage,
Millennial Beige.
beige. Why is it millennial beige? Wait, what the fuck?
There's like Millennial Beige and Millennial Gray.
What? the- I did not know these were things.
Oh, I like her outfit. It's so colorful.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for
Looks
us?
like a Christmas present.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am.
She
Counselor, you
rubbed
may
that
inquire.
one.
All right, Jamaican
Good
flag.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I feel like she
I'm
would
a
have
911
caramels
call
in her
taker.
purse for me.
And how
It
long
does
have
look like
you
a
held
Christmas
that
present.
position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification.
I would
as
not
states
steal
L.
here. You take that back.
Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
So she was the one who got the call.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification.
They're slowballing the
States L
evidence. They
into
stipulated to
Any
nothing.
objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
States L, no.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
This is
These
because
witnesses be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
the
Thank you, ma'am.
defense, their strategy is to make the case boring and long and drag everything
The
out
parties
and
approach
delay.
momentarily.
They made them, all of this slowness is because the defense were a bunch of dicks and they didn't stipulate the evidence. They could have just stipulated and said, yeah, we agree this is evidence. And it could have just came in without the witnesses having to come up. But now instead they have to go through this process, which is really fucking boring because the defense decided to do this. So now the jury may not know this, right? Because if the jury realizes this, they're going to be like, why the fuck do we have to do this? Oh, it's because of the defense, right? You guys know. So this, like from an outside perspective, watching this, you're like, fuck the defense for doing this. This is absolutely ridiculous. And usually when you have a poor case, what you try to do is just throw out as much information as possible to confuse the jury,
Confuse.
right?
Because
Yeah.
what you have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, and the goal is to make them doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And all they have to do is find one problem. So, they can get bored, and I even saw somebody say it here in the chat earlier. Let me get one of these super chats and I will get to all of these, particularly during lunchtime because we'll have a lunch break. But Geronimo said, no offense, but if I was a jury, I'd be snoring my ass off. No wonder shows like Suits and others dramatize court proceedings. The show's so boring. That is exactly why the defense is trying to make it more boring.
State, you may call your next witness.
State would
Right.
call Vincent Battaglia.
That would maybe work if it was a Gen Z jury.
There probably is one Gen Z on the jury. There probably is at least one.
Should have been me. Should have been me.
It's Orlando.
On the one time that I sat on a jury, I was just mostly just focused on what people are saying.
Oh, she's back.
Boomer court. Well, yeah, there might be a Gen Z in the jury, but the court is a bunch of boomers. It's true. Is this kind of a turtle
Sir, you may be
tattoo?
seated.
I think he has
After
a
you're
turtle.
seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning,
I'll
sir.
see it.
Morning.
I'm
Can
turning
you
off
tell
the
us
booster.
What it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Bro.
On February
Convict him.
2020,
Throw him in jail.
Where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
Full Sail.
when you were living at Tealwood,
Low tier.
did you have any roommates?
Was it electric chair,
I
steel
had,
chair?
one roommate, Brandon. Yeah.
Like a tech university.
That's Brandon Moats?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
He heard everything.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah
Please ask
Boone
about
and George
sex.
Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
Hey, yo.
Where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
Was it a cigarette?
Approximately what time?
Yeah, a cigarette, y'all.
Pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like it probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like don't really speak
Keep
about it
your
or
mouth
anything like that,
shut?
or say anything to anyone.
Whoa. Whoa.
Bro.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, like just kind of like, you know, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
The wall shook. Damn.
Did you hear any
Suitcase falling
yelling
over?
coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like in kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever
Normal.
the argument was about kind of thing at the time. That's
Normal
really all
relationship,
it was, but it was
yeah.
never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument.
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. That literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Oh, I want to hear this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So
Class. Yeah, that's class, huh?
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Fuck.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. Yes, sir, of course.
Isn't defense supposed to be arguing self-defense?
Yes, they are. They are. They may never get to actually proving the elements of self-defense. Yes.
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
A recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020?
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that
I'm going to object this to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Okay, so they have to approach to talk about this real quick. Thank you to everybody for giving the donations. Snackless Sarah for 9.99 pounds and for food. Thank you so much. Also, real quick, the range dropped $20 earlier. Saying, Andrew, have a beer on me this weekend, bro. You're a class act. Thank you so much.
Overruled for now.
Appreciate that range.
Sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could very hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you.
And the people near the judge are likely clerks, either law students or young clerks. So they're just observing.
Thank you.
Because this is a giant trial, so everybody's going to want to observe this.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
So I have to approach the bench again there real quick. I'll get a couple super chats. Legal Vice has dropped 2,000 Korean won saying Sarah Boone Suitcase hugs. See you in a couple of weeks. Good to see him in Busan in a couple of weeks. Let's see what else. Tech said, is this an actual strategy? Defense knows he has no case, so it forgoes being heard by the mic in favor of being able to project more emotively body language to empathetically connect the jury. I think the strategy was just to delay and throw as much information down as possible. I think that's what it was. I don't think he was intentionally playing the mic, but who knows? Who knows? They're going for many Hail Mary strategies on the defense side. So far,
all right, sir, you are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
I want to see the Snapchat video.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
The video is coming.
Oh, it is?
Bro, Snapchats are always so juicy.
This is the spicy Snapchat. This is going to get the channel demonetized. Not the channel, the stream demonetized when it's shown, even as part of court footage, because it's too graphic.
I mean, that guy's Snapchat video.
Chat, what do I get for lunch? Sushi or pizza?
Sushi.
Sushi.
Both.
Oh, God. Where are they finding these people?
Florida.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us
Men of Florida.
how
Yeah,
it
Men of
is
Florida.
that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021. 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates?
Before it became
Yes, I
Deathwood.
was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time,
Oh, they were
what
roommates.
were you doing?
With the ear gauge, dude.
Like,
As far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Flores in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
Awesome neighbors.
The
So
apartment where you lived,
So bad.
tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the
So
units?
yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a 1-story apartment, they had a 2-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin. So if people were yelling, you definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Hurricane Helene hairstyle. Jesus.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock. That evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would it have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling. And it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your 2 apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally, like, it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Also, Eric, thank you for the 20 legal mindset memberships. Thank you. Also, if you haven't
Good
voted,
afternoon, sir.
the poll is very close to what Junie should have for lunch.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
You remember interaction with Sarah Boone
Oh, God.
in 2009?
Hold the fuck out.
Witness Sarah.
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
Sorry, 2019. Catch. In 2019,
This guy's like
when you
clearly a
woke
little bit
up
on the
and
spectrum.
witnessed
It's
Sarah
good though. I love it. I love it. I love it.
He clearly just doesn't want to be here.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the Boone, which was 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing.
It would have, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home. So around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
He literally read, they probably said you need to wear a collared shirt, and he chose the flannel because it has a collar technically. They don't have a super strict witness dress code in Florida. So in state court.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
The lawyers are
This witness
required
be
to dress.
released.
The lawyers are required to dress nice.
All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
The other roommate had to come all the way down from New Jersey 5 years later.
Yeah, he's probably not happy about this. He's being dragged up on something that he had little to do with at all. To be honest, I don't blame him at all. Okay, ending the poll. Junie, the Pizza Bros won. I'm sorry, Sushi Kratz. We lost that one, 56 to 44. I couldn't stop I tried to steal it with those last minute votes in Michigan and Georgia, but I couldn't do it. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Another 4 years. We'll get her in 4 years. Yeah. Also, I like this drunken Finn for €5. After a long week of laying asphalt, I'm home drinking beer and watching this. What the F is my life? Welcome as part of the base legal mindset is your life. Also, Red Hammer said, lol, 90s boomer humor during a murder. So true. So much boomer humor.
So I ordered from Papa John's. So I get
Papa John's is good.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm basic, but I like to get a cheese pizza with extra sauce and extra cheese. One of those little cookies.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Shake Becker said, annoying when singers cup the mic. This is worse. Cat, Junie's cat. Get your boomer ass on it. What's your cat's name, by the way, Jenny?
So I have two.
Which
The
one was
one that
Meow?
was the one that was causing a ruckus. That was Sophie.
So
She was the
Sophie made a
one.
better legal argument than either one of those lawyers.
Yeah, and then
Just having
the other one who I had to mute because she was getting up into the blinds. That was Lily. They're both eating right now. Yeah.
It's good. Anthony for 10 said, "Why are people so stupid? If I'm brought to a police station, the only things I'm going to do is give my ID and say I want a lawyer, preferably a sexy one, like Legal Mindset." I mean, I'm not going to say no to that, but yeah, no, I get it. You're gonna want the sexiest lawyer who's got the best Legal Mindset. I get it. But yes, you should shut the fuck up when you're brought to the station. One of the big problems is she immediately talked to law enforcement, trying to talk her way out of it. That was a horrible move on her part.
If it worked for the rest of her life.
Maybe in jail.
One rule just to shut up.
To shut up who?
Just like in general. Like if that's like the number one rule. If you think you did something wrong, shut up.
Oh yeah, exactly. Just shut up. That's the biggest rule, especially if it's involving a crime. Don't say anything. It's better to not say anything than to say something. But the problem with the Sarah Boone case is she said so much that no matter what she does getting on that stand, and we're going to see her on the stand, she is going to
Members of
contradict.
our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of
that's
here
a
at
long
12 Alpha in
lunch.
the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members,
Sushi pizza?
even your fellow jurors.
No way there's
about the
that's a
case
thing.
or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones.
Do not post on
computers,
fucking
or other
Twitter.
electronic devices.
Don't look at the
Do not
trending
send or accept any messages related to this case.
Do not
or your
watch
jury
my stream.
service. Do not discuss this case or ask for
Oh my
advice
gosh.
by any means at all.
Imagine if a
including posting
litigator was on the
information
jury.
on your internet website,
Imagine.
chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Well, imagine. Dude, I love how it went from knowing literally nothing about this case to being so invested.
And that's how quickly it goes. Right? That's how quickly it goes.
I was like,
So I'm going to mute this while it's on lunch break, and I'm going to put it up in the corner. So if there's any, sorry, I'm going to put it over. Ooh,
there we
equal size.
go.
There we go. Equal size. So I've got it in the background. So if anything happens, I can kind of pull it back up. But we're on lunch break for a while, so I want to get everybody's kind of initial take, and then I'm going to get through all these super chats. But first thing, I guess we'll start. Maybe we'll start with Aaron because you're on first, and then we'll go to Junie. So thoughts on the case so far, or, just in general, like your first quick take.
I guess you're supposed to be on the prosecutor side in the first half, and be on the defense side in the second half.
Mhm.
But even for what they said in the opening statement, a lot of it made no sense for the defense.
Yeah,
a lot of her arguments, her reasoning. I can't really buy the fact that someone's playing hide and go seek at age 42. Just not something I would do. But
I mean, like even at 38, like if they said get into the suitcase, if they said get into the suitcase, I mean that would be the first red flag, right? It's like, okay, I'm all for like, okay, you want to play, you're drunk or whatever, you want to play hide and seek, fine. You hide in the closet, the bathroom, but like inside of a suitcase.
Plus, she was.
I mean,
yeah, she was expecting to have sex afterwards, like the suitcase was some sort of foreplay.
I was like gonna sit there. I was like, I almost typed it in the private chat. I was like, so is the hide and seek like a sex thing? Like,
I mean, that's what I thought too. Like, it's my penis. Like what? How is this funny? And also, I thought they were going to ask about like hearing if the wall was thin enough and they could hear them, making love or whatever else. Because now we have another allegation which I've never heard before. So the defense made an allegation that most of the sex was non-consensual, that it was essentially forced, right? So that's a whole other can of worms, right? Because then you've got to show that or prove that, right? So that's a whole separate set of circumstances.
Yeah.
What did you think about the respective? There is a lawyer cutie on the camera. I'm gonna go back here for 2 seconds. I don't know. I think this is one of the helper lawyers.
My mother is calling me over.
Maybe the defense, but she's got good hair. But anyways, so that said, with minor distractions there, what did you think about the relative strength of the lawyers, Aaron? Did you think the prosecution lawyers were a little bit stronger so far than the defense lawyer?
I think they're pretty equal from the fact that they're not in front of the mic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that part kind of fucked everything up, right?
Yeah. I mean,
she's the lawyer's daughter. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, at that age, he's like 80 years old, so she's probably like 40. So whatever.
I mean, she kind of looks like that chick from Game of Thrones, House of Dragons.
Yeah, she looked like what is it, Daenerys?
No, the other one, the House of Dragons.
Oh, sorry. I haven't.
Queen Rhaenyra?
Rhaenyra?
One of them. I think so.
Okay, yeah, could see that. Junie, what did you?
Oh, God.
Junie, what did you think generally so far? Oh no, she stepped out, didn't she? Aha! Oh, Rhaenyra. Someone mentioned it, Rhaenyra.
Thanks, Danielle.
Thank you. Also, it's really kind of sad here. They've got her sitting alone in the courtroom on TV. That's such a bad look. And I wonder if she asked to be left in the courtroom or if it's a procedural thing, but
I'm back, folks.
no, you're all good. So anyways, Junie, what was your quick take? I got it from him. What was your take so far on the case? I mean, you said obviously now you're super invested. But what were your thoughts on kind of each side, the basic facts of the case? Just what are your first thoughts?
Mr. Ann right here had a much more eloquent explanation than what I'm about to have. Because the Niji black screen stream teach us nothing about YapFest. Because that's what this has been from the.
Well, to be fair, she was talking to police. This case is really old. It's actually pre-COVID.
Yes.
So this went down a long time ago. It's just because of COVID, and she went through 9 different lawyers.
Yeah, I was reading about that whenever I was like Sarah Boone, facts of case into Google.
Crazy stuff. And this guy actually found her, and the little Fox profile said it, but I don't know if you could read it. Found her through her hand-drawn ad. She had like a hand-drawn ad, like please, like please be my lawyer. Like it was like she drew it with like crayoning,
please that pressed for work.
No. It's not that. Here's the thing. This is the most exciting. Well, once again, there's a certain level of anonymity of trials. This trial is up there. And I know that for you guys aren't necessarily, and I know a lot of my audience, you guys aren't necessarily trial watchers. You may watch me for the majority of people in this chat said they watch me for VTuber coverage, also anime, Disney, other stuff. So you guys are not in this world, but in the trial coverage world, the people that cover trials have been waiting for this one for a while because this is kind of the best one we're going to get. It's the juiciest facts. It's the craziest story. It's fucking Florida. So, it's got all the craziness that you'd want. from a more interesting trial, despite the fact that I agree that trials are generally boring, right? On the scope of spicier facts and like one side's going to present this crazy legal defense of battered woman syndrome and of self-defense. This is up there. This is up there. Same thing with the OnlyFans murder case.
She made
Courtney Clenny in Miami.
a whole anchor chart looking for a lawyer. Sorry, y'all. I'm a teacher, so I'm like, oh, this is an anchor chart.
Yeah. Oh, you pulled it up?
Yeah, no, I pulled up that image to look at it. I'm like, this is like something I would make for my students. Like,
yeah, here it goes. I'll show you guys this. So I'll pull it up real quick. This is a hilarious.
Can I dramatic read it?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna pull it up and then you can do a dramatic reading. Okay, so
Perfect.
let's pull this up real quick, and then you can do the dramatic reading. So here it is.
Looking for a prosperous challenge? Ready for your close-up on national television? Are you zealous with the side of keen? Show the world who you are with original creativity, extraordinary expertise, confident ingenuity. Qualifications must include being trustworthy, honest, passion-driven, open-minded, exceptional problem-solving skills, client inclusion at all times, team orientation, collaboration, extreme efficiency in listening, communicating, understanding, dedication to success, possessing a winning mindset, capability of excellence in representation, committed, maintaining faith in the client in case with the ability to think differently, overcome all circumstances. Epic opportunity awaits. Sarah Boone, number 2056-23, Orange County Corrections Department. Invest in the oppressed. Believe.
God, thank you. Good job, Judy. Thank you. I like that. By the way, that was the number is her corrections number. Okay. Just so you know.
It's giving live, laugh, love.
Holy fuck. I mean, so the big thing about this is this lawyer will have this as a quill in his quiver, sort of like there was another attorney, Jose Baez, had Casey Anthony, and that made him kind of famous and ended up making him $1 million because every client wanted to get him after this. So this defense attorney thinks, okay, if I do a good job at this, if I manage to somehow get her off, I can be famous nationally. Right? I make it. So it's a long shot because she's a crazy client, but there is a clout. There's a possibility for clout here. There's a possibility for clout. And a lot of times lawyers won't turn that down. I'm not going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. All right, let me get through some of these super chats. Bad News Badger says, is there an equivalent in the US of what we call in Denmark? Uagstom? How would you pronounce that, Junie? You pronounce the Danish word.
Hang on. hang on. No, I'm thinking. I'm trying to.
You're gonna try?
channel my inner-
Okay.
I'm gonna try. But like maybe one day I'll get like a Denmark student. So like, hang on. I'm trying to think.
Come on.
I'm gonna butcher it and then I'm gonna get clowned.
It's okay.
I'd probably say. I'm trying to get like the first word. It's like either Laxtum or Axtum. And then last part would be like Mandrab or Mandrab.
Oh, that's actually not horrible. Not horrible, I think. I mean, not I don't know any Danish, but it sounds like that might be right.
I'm now gonna pop that into Translate and listen.
I guess it would translate to death by reckless behavior. So if so, wouldn't that be more dependable with an opening? So this is actually, so this is not what we would call specific intent or premeditated, right? So you don't need to have a premeditation, like you don't need to be planning it ahead of time. This is something that is reckless, right? So it's reckless disregard for human life. So if you lock somebody in a coffin or lock somebody in a suitcase, you know, like knowing that they don't have air in that, even if you don't intend to kill them specifically, it's something, it's just recklessly dangerous. It's like driving a car into a crowd. You don't have a specific intent to kill a single person, but you know that this is something that disregards human life. You're not thinking about the huge risk to a person's life by doing this thing. So this is not something where they're going to need to prove that she was sober and thought it through. Her relative drunkenness is not going to be able to mitigate this one the way it might if it was a higher class of murder, right? Where they might say, okay, well, she was drunk, so she couldn't formulate that premeditation, etc. hold on one second. Clan says, Uaksom ti mandrab. Sort of. Source, I'm
I
Danish.
just listened. Yeah, I just listened to it. I wasn't too far off.
Okay. There you go. Somebody else says Danish isn't a real language. I'll let you guys fight that out in the chat. Have fun with that.
Like y'all don't understand. I teach students across 9 different languages. I just learned how to say hello in Turkish a week ago.
Okay, calm down there, boss. Thunder Chicken. I'm gonna call you the Sultan by before the end of it. Thunder Chicken for 5 says, been a fan since Rittenhouse on Ricada. Awesome. Thanks for the good case analysis since then, Boomer. Yeah, no doubt. I am happy to be boomering streams, scuffing streams since for a long time. And I will do bigger cases like this one when I get time and when I can. Luckily, I've been kind of knowing this one will come, and I've been kind of preparing for nighttime and, staying up all night. I hope I will try to do it while I'm in Korea as well. There'll be a short pause, maybe the night that I'm traveling. I might miss the morning of testimony, but I'd be back in the evening of testimony. El Eagle, disciple of Wah, for 20,000 dong, says, come for the trial, stay for the feet. Listen, I know my chat. Speaking of which, Professor Keen says, I bet Junie's feet are better than the court reporters.
Listen, I said I would show VTuber shoes at 600 likes. Oh my gosh, wait, it happened. Wait a minute, it happened.
Wait, are we at 600 likes?
Hang on. Look at
we're
I
at
have
600
little
likes?
sniffies. Look.
Okay,
Little
it's not
steppies.
feet, so okay. All
I have
right.
little
Well,
sniffies. There you go.
we're now going to get demonetized, but thank you, Junie. Hatsumi said, I see a few mega pints of wine. Well, she drank 1.5 liter bottles. That's not your standard bottle. So, and we don't know how much the guy drank and she drank. Now they both assumedly were drinking, but if you're drinking 1.5 liters, like if you're drinking 1.5, because apparently they were drinking 1.5 or one and a little more than the half, that's a lot. I mean, you're talking about a liter each. It's a good amount.
In the words of the lawyer, that's a lot of wine.
and they were 100 pounds, like soaking wet. They're both very light people. L Eagle says, you're laughing. It's a murder trial and you're laughing. Well, so am I. You have to. I mean, once again, it is a serious thing. And I do, I do, once again, for all those that are deceased, I feel extreme empathy for that. But I do feel like these things go better with levity and having levity about them. Right. It is a serious proceeding. But once again, the contrast of having some humor with the seriousness of the proceeding, I think balances it out very well, at least in my opinion. There's plenty of other people that do very, very serious streams that are super serious. You can go watch them if you want that.
It's also like we're laughing at the people still living.
Yes, not the people that are deceased, because obviously at the end of the day, there's somebody who's deceased here, and that is a loss, right? It's a definite loss. Bologna Bong says, I can't work in these conditions. Talking about him off the mic. Right. Chaos Smash says, I don't think anything can top your N-bomb scuff, which was peak scuff. 10 out of 10 would watch again. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. We're not going to mention that one. We're not going to mention that one. Yeah. I mean, that's a situation where it happened. And I'm like,
No. Wait.
Like, what did I say? Oots says for $4.99. Is it me, or is I think the state being too lenient with Sarah's posture? In terms of her legal posture, I think you have to be professional in court, so they can't be unprofessional about the things she wants to argue, etc. Like they can't be like, Your Honor, this is bullshit, right? This is ridiculous. They have to prove that in court, and they have to show that through the process, right? In a professional way. Keen says, Junie, please put the chair down. I think she did. I know you're better than the reporters. Yeah. When Junie gets the chair, she's serious. That's how you know she's serious. Max says, the state says, for Mac for 5 says, state says you will see and hear the evidence. Defense says you will hear her talk. Oh, totally different. Max says, bullshit. I was in the Marines. She had time to not kill. Being drunk in a way to make you get over killing someone unless you belong in an asylum. Being drunk is a way to make you get over killing someone unless you belong in an asylum. To be honest, I've been drunk before and I've never thought about killing someone. Maybe getting in a fight, but the killing is a really specific thought.
Or hugging Max.
A what?
Or hugging Max Mara.
Oh yeah. Eric H says, "You're happy and you know it. Stuff your boyfriend in a case." I think if you're happy and you know it, stuff your boyfriend in a case. There you go.
Hang on, Kitty Lawyer wants back in.
Okay, good. We're gonna hear a loud meow, aren't we? There we go.
Objection.
There we go. Chaos Smash says she slipped a grimace shake to him in the suitcase. Chaos Smash says now she's gonna seal this lawyer in a suitcase too. Marksman says just trying to save money on a plane ticket. Oof, by putting him in the luggage. Oh man. Bad News Badger for 50 Danish krona. A lot of Danes in the house today. Shout out to the Danes. You guys are coming up big. Edit, strike more dependable. Even that is wrong word, bloody autocorrect, and insert better defense. Well, there's like the defense is not really showing anything yet, so anything is better. Jonas for 5 says, LawTube back on track. Good to see it. Here's towards the whiskey fund for old time's sakes, new Nikki. Well, I'll put it this way. I will definitely, have a celebratory stream when this is over, I guess. But, I'm not going to be drinking during this, especially since I'm still feeling sick. So I'm on enough meds to medicate a buffalo over here. But I'm making it through. I feel all right now. And I've been staying up largely at night. I've been like nocturnal. So I've been training for this for the last 2 weeks of being nocturnal.
At least you get 2 days off.
Yeah. And I took some time off as well. Yeah. Anoth, and I'm going to take time off because of the weekend, right? Yeah. So I vote third party as a pub subitarian. You've got to try pub subs. Yeah. So Junie, you haven't had a pub sub?
No, because we don't have Publix.
Do you have Wawa?
I don't think so either. We have HEB, Tom.
HEB. Yeah, HEB. Yeah. You get
the closest
Whataburger.
thing we have is Sprouts.
Sprouts, that's true. Sprouts is there.
Here, I'm gonna see if pizza's here real quick.
Based on Google Images, Public subs looks like a Wegman sub.
They're good. They're good because they're usually fresh. And the ingredients are just they hit right. They hit right. And the bread. There's something about the bread.
Yeah,
maybe they just know. It's good. It's good. Sprouts is good too. Tacos Burrito says, "Hey, I'm just got out for lunch break. What are you up to?" Well, we're watching a suitcase murder trial. Watch the suitcase murder trial. Let's see. What time is it now? Eastern time. Current.
12:44.
It's 12:44, right? Okay. Yep. Cool. Alcohol makes it harder for. Wait, what? Yeah. Well, yeah. That's that's why a certain other lawyer was taking blue pills. I mean, yeah, no, it definitely is a thing. It's called whiskey dick for a reason, right? Like, it is what it is. And Vilhama said, I unintentionally landed a Samsonite sponsor for this trial. Vilhammer, you're fucking banned, man. You're fucking banned. But speaking of not banned, we got another guest, which was one of our original guests, and I guess you're just making it here. Sparky, how's it going, brother?
What's up, man?
We're getting 50% VTuber representation. I like this. I feel like we meet our ESG requirements now.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I see Ginny's here, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Did you get
How does it feel? How does it feel to be DEI? DEI. Ooh.
It feels good to be compliant. It feels good to be compliant. And I'll keep this up over here. I think I can do it. Wait, can I do it just like this? Okay, I'll keep it up over. We'll do the Hollywood squares. It's better. So did you get a chance, Sparky, to watch any of it before?
No, I watched a little bit from Legal Vices, and civil law a little bit, but not the trial itself. I know a little bit what's going on, but
just the background. They just were doing the background.
Yeah, it's wild.
It is wild. It is wild.
Pizza's
and
here.
one of the who else? Oh, sorry. But good to see everybody who's in the chat too as well. I saw Az was here earlier. Shout out to Peels versus Babyface. Appreciate that. And everybody else who kind of stopped by and said hi. Foley said for 189, I think the state will call a child game expert. No fucking way.
Well, that's a joke.
If they call a fucking hide and seek expert, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. The U.S. court is done. It's over. It's over. The seriousness of court is completely undermined if they call a fucking expert for hide and seek. Also, Chaos Smash says, "Don't be Neo Nick. I'm begging you. No, I'm going to stay away from the booger sugar and the cheap side hose. So don't worry about that. I'm not taking a trip to Jamaica anytime soon. I'm good. I'm good." Okay, but in terms of Joe, are you guys familiar with the battered wife's syndrome defense? It's kind of unique to Florida. The way Florida does it is kind of unique to Florida. It's a pretty specific process. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up right now. But essentially, it allows you to talk about PTSD from being abused, right, or from a pattern of abuse as part of a defense, right? Now, what's interesting is it kind of allows it as a type of almost self-defense argument. So it requires, and I'll read it over here. I'll bring this up over here. It's a good explanation here that I'll show you guys. So typically, it requires showing that there's a history of abuse, that you have a power of learned helplessness, and there's a reasonable belief of imminent harm. So the problem for them is not the history of abuse and the presence of learned helplessness. That's kind of not as hard to prove, right? The last one is the reasonable belief of imminent harm. So what's going to be very difficult for them to prove is how they're going to show there was any imminent harm with him in the suitcase. So how was she fearing for her life inside of the suitcase? And she's been bringing this up over and over again. And I think a lot of the lawyers that stepped down because she wanted to argue this and like, look, that's not the best argument. We've got other arguments we can argue, but let's not go with that one. So I think that's a weak argument. And to try to argue that also in relation to self-defense, so saying in self-defense, I locked him in the suitcase, that's really going to be tough. It's really going to be a tough argument because self-defense is a response to something. So she's going to have to show, oh, I was responding to some sort of threat. It's going to be very, very, very difficult to prove. Nostradamus for 10 says, they say 8 out of 10 women are battered, but I'm still eating mine raw. No, Nostradamus. No.
No.
Wait.
See, my whole thing is with that defense is you could just apply a self-defense sort of scheme and work it either way. And technically, by the way, the name of it should be changed to battered spouse because technically it should be applied by both genders, but it usually is only applied by one, right, in a legal context. So it's a very interesting thing. I don't think it's going to work for her, but it's going to be very interesting to see them try. I mean, can you guys think of like just thinking like self-defense, because the battered wife stuff is more complicated, but like, can you think of any reason why in self-defense you would put someone in a suitcase and not open it and like let them die?
I mean, Rittenhouse tried it before he used his AR-15.
Yeah, an AR-15 is not a suitcase. and Kyle Rittenhouse, mind you, in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, he legitimately had people that were coming at him. One of them had literally, he said in this testimony, which is the craziest thing, he said, I pointed the gun at Kyle Rittenhouse's head. And it was only after he pointed his own gun at Kyle Rittenhouse's head that Kyle pulled the trigger. And the other guy testified to that, which is like quintessential self-defense. Then there was a person running with a bike, the bike chain, I believe.
Skateboard.
Excuse me?
It wasn't a skateboard?
Yeah, skateboard.
There were three people, right? There was Gage Grosskreutz was the bicep, right?
Yeah, he's one the gun, the Glock.
Rosenbaum, I thought, had the bike chain, and then there was the skateboard guy.
No, he had a bag of stuff from a hospital he
Yeah.
just got out of that day.
Yeah.
A bag full of
the
shit.
gun.
A bag full of shit. Yeah. And then there was Jump Kick Man and the skateboard guy. Right? Yeah. And the skateboard. No, but the skateboard was like, these guys were all on film, and you could all see there was an imminent threat, right? Something that's incoming. And so that's when you self-defend, right?
Because isn't legally imminent has to be a very short period of time.
Yes, it cannot be something that's delayed enough that a reasonable person would say they could extract themselves in that situation. So, for example, if you threaten me with a skateboard or whatever, and then I come back 5 minutes later and shoot you, like that's not self-defense, right? So there's some point at which it becomes that. Now, that is for a jury to decide. That's a factual determination. So in this scenario, if she wants to argue that maybe he shoved her or something, and then later on that night, she locked him in the suitcase or choked her or whatever else, then it's like 30 minutes later, an hour later, 5 hours, 2 hours later, 3 hours later, that's going to be really difficult to prove because of that time gap, right? Because the eminence is lost. So there's other reasonable alternatives to killing somebody.
Unless you're being
now,
against
Florida,
your will, and then you try to like trick your captor into a trap that ends up killing him.
Yeah, and that might be different, right? If you were like if you're falsely imprisoned, right? So if she was arguing false imprisonment, it's her apartment though. So to try to argue that she was falsely imprisoned in her own apartment, and this is a pattern where they'd been living together and staying together for a while, it'd be really hard for that to be false imprisonment in your own apartment, right? That would be, yeah, for hide and seek. Yes. Let's see. I think I got all that. Is the official cause of death asphyxia or trauma? Actually, we'll have to see. I actually don't know. I actually do not know what the actual cause of death was. I think it was asphyxia.
For me.
Did you get your pizza?
Yes, I did.
Is it good?
Yes.
Is it cheese?
Yeah, it's cheese with extra sauce and extra cheese.
Mhm.
But I was saying, like, have they revealed the cause of death?
Let me look out. It's probably out there, but they're gonna get the medical examiner for sure.
I know he couldn't move because the way his body was positioned.
Yeah, he couldn't move for sure. Let's see. Let me see.
Cat's gonna be so disappointed. I don't like toppings on my pizzas.
Let's see.
It's not a real pizza.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure I get it specifically. I'm pretty sure asphyxiation by chest compression, I believe. So we'll see, and we're gonna hear that from the medical examiner. We're gonna see the documents now. What they're going to show us, the graphicness that they'll show us may depend, because sometimes they censor really graphic stuff, like stuff they can't even show on TV. But we're definitely going to see the video. I mean, if we don't see the Suitcase video, I mean, I could show it. Actually, do we want to watch it now? We technically have time. I could show it. It's gonna, whenever it comes up, it's gonna demonetize the stream for ads. But it is worth showing for people to see it. I guess we should watch it, right?
We should watch it. That's fine.
Yeah, we should watch it. Let's watch it. This is very graphic.
Now, I do have another question. Wasn't it like a couple days after, by the time the cops actually came up, or was it wasn't like the next day, wasn't it?
She delayed. She didn't call right away.
I think it was the next day that she passed out.
It was the next day for sure. Yeah, right. Exactly. So it wasn't right away because she was drunk. She passed out. She woke up later and then called, and he was already purple because he's been there, because he's been in that for a while.
I think she called somebody else, and then she called 911.
Okay, yeah, this is it. Okay, so I'm gonna put this video up but just as the video warns, this is graphic. This deals with the death, like, you know, a person died here, right? This was put out by the hold on a second. This was put out by the office themselves, the state attorney themselves. So they were the ones that kind of put out this information. So just understand this isn't like unofficial. This is like the official copy. Okay, here we go.
Evergirly needs her lunchtime YouTube video.
Lunchtime murder. Yes. So, but then, this is her house. This is the guy. Yes, that suitcase is moving. You're seeing that correctly.
Oh, and it's Junie Blue. Oh no.
It's yeah.
Oh no.
For everything you've done to me.
You can tell you can hear how drunk she is. You can hear how drunk she is.
Everything you've done to me.
She posted this on Snapchat, by the way.
You.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarah. I can't breathe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real ransom. I want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me.
Sarah. Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut up.
And then she flipped it. So here's the damning evidence, right? So it's on this side. It's on this side here, right? Next video.
Sarah.
On this video, so the sh is the last thing, right? And now it's flipped over. So not only what if he got in there, like there's no way for that suitcase to flip itself over right into that position without her kind of, and her shoes are moved too.
And he's not talking anymore.
Sarah.
Oh wait, no, there he is.
Yeah, do you see why this is kind of a really strong case? You guys kind of get why this is a really strong case. Is that the first time you guys all saw that video?
Yes.
Same here.
Well, for me.
Same. Yeah, crazy, right?
Because
Even it's like even self-defense or even battered. I mean, even then, look at it. I mean, the threat was neutralized.
Yeah. How do you get to sell? Okay, like he's in the
Yeah.
suitcase, but at some point, when you go over to the suitcase and you flip it over, right? Like you're not even gonna open the suitcase so he can get out a little bit or so he can breathe or whatever else, right? It's crazy.
He's even begging and pleading then. So I mean, right there, even then, the threat is neutralized. If he was a threat, he's done. Even then, at that point, if he was a threat, there's a chance to either run, make your escape, call 911. Either which I don't see this. If anything, you call this home alone defense.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, if he's trapped in that suitcase, and if I was in a situation where I felt unsafe and he was in that suitcase trapped, I would 911. Hey, I got my abuser. Come pick him up.
It's all packaged up
Yeah,
for you.
I got him detained. You can come get him now.
Yep. Yeah, somebody asked why this isn't capital murder. I mean, they chose not to charge that. It does make it a much more intense case if they went for that. And a lot of times one of the problems is they don't get convictions because they go for capital, and a lot of people may have a strong feeling on capital punishment or on capital murder, meaning death penalty. So that's always a risk to go for that. It's got to be really, really bad. Now, this would fall under one of the criteria for that. So you can pursue capital murder for premeditated murders, but also for murders that are heinous, cruel, or atrocious. So this could fall under this being particularly heinous, right? Especially with the laughing, right? Like
Yeah.
the laughing
They're
is the
not
part.
pushing for it.
No, they want to get a conviction. They're more, in which I understand. The problem in a lot of cases, like with Casey Anthony, the top mom back in the day. Do you guys remember that case?
Yes.
Yeah. Casey Anthony, the problem was they went with premeditated murder. They went with first degree murder. They probably could have proved like some sort of negligent murder, right? Or of a lower level, or manslaughter, but they went for the golden standard and they failed. If they went for a lower standard, they probably would have been all right. But it was hard to prove that it was hard for people to accept that a mom intentionally killed their child, right? Not just negligently, right? Okay, this person was negligent. They had a disregard for life, right? So that's one of the reasons why that one didn't go through. Also, Jose Baez just did a good job on the defense. JP Ravenfire for 5 says defense said they were playing, which means there was no threat, so no self-defense was necessary. Their own narrative is going to defeat the story. And at the end of the day, mind you, they still have to convince the judge to allow them to give that instruction. And I'm not convinced the judge is going to allow them to even go there, to even get that in the jury instructions. So I think that the judge may not even buy it.
So it's like, what happens when the judge don't let that happen?
Case?
Then what case?
No, they don't lose because they still have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But the thing is, when the jury goes to decide the case, they get a series of instructions. They're called jury instructions. And in order to give the jury the option to select something on the jury instructions, you have to prove it. You have to present enough facts to allow it to be there. Like, for example, if it's for murder, you have to put the elements of murder. Well, just with self-defense, you have to prove, okay, the elements of self-defense. If they don't meet that basic standard of showing the basic elements of self-defense, they can't put that in the jury instructions. So the jury can't even select it. They can select not guilty on murder, but they can't select guilty on murder, but it's self-defense, because that's actually an affirmative defense. Self-defense means I did it, but I have a justifiable excuse. So you're kind of saying I'm guilty, but, right? So if they don't get that on the jury instruction, that's going to be really bad. Then they've got to bank on the fact that they just say, okay, there's some reasonable doubt or we don't know. But the thing is, we do know. We know for sure she did it. There's nobody else it could be. There's no third person involved, right? Foley said, is it true a bat was involved? What the fuck?
I don't think I heard it was the shower curtain or shower rod.
Baseball bat? Or are we talking Ozzy Osbourne here? Like, I mean, I don't know about that. I got bitten by a bat in Florida, but I mean, that's my problem. That's why I'm immune to rabies. Nick Brown for $4.99 said, if she would have cut out holes in the luggage for arms and legs, he would still be alive, and this video would have been 10 times funnier. Yeah, and we could all laugh about it, right? Like, that could be laughable if someone wasn't dead and there was like, she cut a giant hole in it, even just for his head, right? So it's like pokes out his head and his arms are trapped or whatever, right? That whatever, right? That could be funny, right? But this is definitely not. This is, it's definitely not. And the fact that she actually posted this on Snapchat is insane. I think a lot of people do that though. They tell on themselves on social media.
Yeah, that entire video looked malicious to me. I mean, for the simple fact he's begging to get out. He's begging to get out. He's saying he can't breathe. She's sitting on the couch laughing. And then the next video is like, oh, well, he's not talking no more. And then he says, he starts talking again. It's like, oh, well, there he is. It's like she's like gleefully like waiting for something to happen. That's kind of what it seems like to me.
Well, I want to do real quick because obviously I've got my my legal opa here, legal vices, who says she smacked him. She said she smacked his hand with a baseball bat when he was trying to get out. Okay, thank you, Kamsamnida, Jeff. So that's where that would be. Now that would add a whole nother element we've got to examine, we've got to look into, like, and that's crazy. That's crazy.
You don't think that box is the suitcase?
No, the box is the fucking suitcase. There's no way the box isn't the suitcase. No, it's the size of a suitcase. That 100% is the suitcase.
Okay,
like
I don't want to question the. Actually, I kind of really do. How do you logistically do that? Grab a bat when you're trying to get out and smack.
So he's like, let's say you're poking your hand out, and she got a baseball bat and she hit his hand as he was trying to get out of the suitcase.
Other way around. Got it.
Okay, it's confirmed for my friend in the box suitcase. Cool, nice. So yeah, it's obviously the size of a suitcase, right? It's like, what is that? I mean, the suitcase is the fucking murder weapon. They're gonna present that at some point, right?
What's in the box?
Schrodinger's suitcase. No, we know what we know what was the status inside the suitcase, and that was RIP.
During the pre-trial, they were giving off the demonstratives to the clerk, and they were showing the camera, and some looked kind of grisly. I don't know if it's supposed to be her head or his body.
And that's why they didn't. Allow them, right? Because they're like, look, they're going to come in, but they'll come in when they need to come in with proper explanation. Right, which I think was the right instruction. I think that the judge was fair to say, hey, look, you both don't get demonstratives during the initial opening statements, but you can bring them in. And of course, I think the defense is going to try to bring in some stuff that won't actually come in. So we'll see about that. But the defense is their strategy is clearly to drag it out because there is a bore the jury type strategy where they're like, okay, we're going to go for they're just so tuned out and fucking bored that they're going to stop paying attention,
Hide the bad facts.
What was it that the judge said to defense earlier that had all of us like jaw on the floor vine booming? What did he say? I can't remember.
So the judge was like, that's not the law. Like he literally went back and he went to the law, right, which was regarding reasonable doubt. And I can rewind to that real quick because I remember even where that was. Because he's like going up to here it is. He's got he's got his like head down because the judge here. Let me backtrack real quick. Here it is. So
it is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads.
See, look at that. Hold on, let me back up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. This will do it.
Well, here's the first problem. It's the wrong.
So he's 100% saying, bro, you didn't even get the right jury instruction. Even if you were to prove it, you literally don't even know the law. That's like beyond embarrassing for an attorney. Like he couldn't even get the fucking law right, bro.
Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year.
Oh, sorry. So there you go. This year there was another revision. And that's your fucking job. Your job is to stay up to date. And the problem with a lot of these, I'm going to say it, and people are going to, oh, Andrew, you're biased. Fuck it. Whatever. YOLO. A lot of these really super dinosaur attorneys, they have these things they've been using for 1 million years. And they're like, I've been using it in over 100 trials. And I've done. Okay, but it's out of date, bro. You've got to keep it up to date with the law. And maybe he didn't get caught in his other cases, right? Because they're not as high profile. People didn't care as much that it wasn't super accurate. This is one where you do care. You need it to be super accurate and everyone's paying close attention. So the judge is like, yeah, that law isn't Florida law. The definition of reasonable doubt is changed. And that's very important because you need to be reasonable doubt is something that needs to be very, very well articulated, because a lot of people will misconstrue that, right? Let me read that one. Let me see if I can go to the Supreme Court website and get that definition. But it's not what most people, I think it is, right? Which is the elimination of all doubt, right? It's actually the elimination of reasonable doubts, right? Let me see here. I think I got it right here. Okay, well, I'm pulling this up. Have you guys watched full trials before?
I kept up with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp whenever that was happening. So
Okay.
like
No,
with the
that's
rest
fair.
with the rest of the world.
So my intention was not to ask a bunch of people on trial that had on stream that have a lot of experience watching trials, because I want to get a range of opinions on people that maybe have watched some trials or haven't watched any trials, because obviously I've watched a lot. So you see my opinion, the legal side, the lawyer side, but I like the lay perspective because that's something that I'm kind of blind to, because I can't take away this knowledge and take away viewing this when I'm watching these trials. I can't remove that.
A lot of my legal knowledge is I took constitutional law and theory back in college, so I learned a lot about like the constitutionality of things. And I read a lot of SCOTUS.
Good. It's good. It's good. How about you guys, Aaron?
Me? I watched Rittenhouse, Potter, Depp, Shabusiness.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a good one.
And I think I watched all of the ballerina one.
The ballerina one?
Yeah, it just happened in Florida. She also used the excuse that her husband beat her and also beat the dogs, and she's still
really.
Yeah. I don't know I don't know if she was specifically using the battered spouse syndrome argument or not, but at least some of those elements were in there.
Oh, that was like the Black Swan case.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, Florida wants me to VPN in to like access some of their documents, and I'm like, I'm not doing that, Florida. Sorry. All right. Well, let me get a basic definition of. Let's see if I can get it from. Oh no, Florida Bar hates me too. All right. Every Florida website is like, we hate you because you're abroad and we think you're trying to hack into our system. Maybe there's a website here. Okay, I'll use this one. It isn't great, but
Wikipedia.
No. Let's see. Here we go. This is it. Okay. This is from a law firm, but it's pretty accurate because it's jury instruction 3.7. Okay. Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of guilty. So reasonable doubt is not possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced. So it can't be a weak doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering and comparing, weighing all evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced at the trial and to it alone that you are looked for proof. A reasonable doubt as to guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. So that's the definition there. So something speculative would be like, oh, it's aliens, right? Like aliens is like, okay, yeah, could it be aliens? Yes, but what proof do we have of that? What tangible facts do you have it being aliens? Right? We're not in Dan to Dan. This is not an anime. We don't go to aliens right off the bat.
Acts of God.
This is the History Channel.
Yeah, same thing with acts of God. It could, like the now that's a separate thing though, Junie, because when you get into acts of God, if it's like the angels told me to do it, that's one where you might be looking at an insanity plea. And different states have different tests for that, right? But that's where you might get to insanity. If it's like
What
the
is it?
voices in my head
I
told me to.
remember, yeah, I remember there was like a court case where defendant was like, the devil made me do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's been a couple like that.
They based a
There's
movie on
one.
of those.
There's one in Canada too. It was really bad. It was a number of people, but yeah, there's been a couple with voices in the head that said kill.
You get a lot of Utah cult cases and that stuff too.
Like, you know, was it Abraham and Isaac? Oh
yeah.
That was a biblical story, right? Of the son of being sacrificed, and then like, I expected God to stop me and he didn't. And it's like, okay, well, maybe the sign is you should just not do that. Chaos Smash says, do you prefer battered or deep fried? I like grilled wives. No. Wait. Meanwhile, Chaos Smash says, you said vacillate.
I prefer my
I
I
like
prefer my
vacillation.
wives male wives.
Wow. You mean mail or mail order?
MALE.
Okay. That's very bigoted of you. They have a very, what is this like? Okay, I thought they were playing lo-fi in the background of this. I was like, what type of music is this? No. Like I'll show it to you real quick. So we've got this here, obviously, but the slow beat there.
Wait for the beat to drop.
News music is good, but the best news music is hurricane season Weather Channel music. They play the same track every year, and it's the best.
It's like trailer music.
Yep. Let's see. On local, somebody asked me the question, how do you claim self-defense when you sit there and taunt them? Well, that's the fucking question, right? Like, that's what everybody wants to know. How are you going to prove this when you're literally sitting there and taunting?
See, I live in Oklahoma. We have the Castle Doctrine and Stand Your Ground here. But even then, it's like there's a lot of things that you can't do. Like, someone breaks into your house. You can't purposefully try to trap them and stuff like that. You can do a couple different things, but if you're going to use deadly force, you got to use it. It's got to be right then and there. If they're a threat to you. If not, you can't. Well, I like to call home alone them. You can't lure them. You can't trap them. You can't taunt them. You can't do anything like that. Because then you lose your Castle Doctrine.
Yeah, you can't set a deadly trap. That's like definitely illegal. Like, setting up like a shotgun trap, right? Like that's illegal, right? Now you
Indiana Jones it.
Yes, you cannot Indiana Jones it. Thank you, Junie. Like you can do a lot of other stuff.
But if you have a sign that's hanging up, it says the penitent man must pass. Is that enough warning?
I mean, are you like, is there a series of holy grails with like one of them has poison or all of them have poison and one of them's the grail set up afterwards?
Maybe.
I mean, that sounds like what we might call a death trap, but I mean, you can take your chances.
Unfortunately, warning signs really hurt Castle Doctrine and Standing Ground too. It's like it really does. You would think, no, I'm warning this person. This is what's going to happen, but even that's a form of threat.
Yes, that's exactly right. All right, it's about time for me to show you guys. So why don't I go through, and I've got everybody pulled up now. We'll start with the first that was here, right? So that's actually not your. Wait, that's not you, is it? Hold on. I had your channel pulled up in a second, but then it was the wrong one. Everyone. So I'll get yours in 1 second. Let me get Sparky first. Sparky, you want to tell people about what you do, your channel, stuff like that? Good stuff I got you here on YouTube.
I'm not really a hard and heavy content creator. I do a couple things that people like. Mostly, what kind of put me on the map. What model went wonky, but what put me on the map was doing the AI voices for Pippa and Medicare, and that's kind of what got me on the map from there. We usually just do live streams with me and a couple co-hosts that we just go through gaming news topics, all that good stuff on Fridays. On Mondays, we go through old Mr. Medica content, reliving the old insanity back from either 2011 on up to IBS days in 2018, seeing what happened with those. And besides from that, every now and then I do stuff with Mom Anko over on their channel and a couple other things like that.
Yeah, I've seen you collabing with, I think you and Junie were on one of the same streams, right?
You were the other day. Oh, that was funny.
Yeah,
there was like 16 people on that one. It was like a clusterfuck. I was like, whoa, what's going on over there?
It was 6 people. I'll let Junie explain that one if she wants to.
It was, we were all going over Asmongold.
Cool. That's a good topic to go over together because I'm sure people all have different opinions on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Sigram for 20 says, what if you hear someone break in, then you scream, Alexa, release the Roombas, and your house releases a Roomba outfitted with claymores, rifles, and sharp implements?
Like
I mean, the
coming from
cops
the
will probably think, what the fuck when they're taking that report, but yeah.
Unfortunately, claymores, explosives, everything like that cannot be used for home.
A claymore can definitely not be used. Okay.
Doesn't Texas have a law where we can kind of carry those types of weapons now, though?
Wait, what? Where you could do what?
I think Texas, but we can kind of have those types of weapons.
You can own them. You can own them.
Yeah, you can own them.
You can own them. You can't use them for self-defense, or you can't use them against another person for any reason.
Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah, you can't be just like exploding fucking people, Junie. I mean, I know that you think like Texas has no rules, but it actually does. You can't be like, oh yeah. Yeah, a claymore sword.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was saying. Like claymore. That's what I was saying. Like the claymore, not the explosives.
I was thinking too.
Yeah, no, you've always been able to own a claymore, like this form of claymore right here. Hold on, you know,
I'm not trying to FPS Russia my way to victory.
Yeah, this you could do. Yes, sure.
Yeah, like,
totally possible, right?
and now if I put a knife on my steel chair.
Right. If this is you, right? Hold on. Like if this is you over here, hold on, then you definitely can't. I feel like somebody needs to edit like Junie's face onto the soldier here and like, you know, the claymore
Oh
line.
my gosh.
Like, oh, I thought that was legal in Texas.
I can give that to someone and they can do that.
Because it definitely is not. It definitely is not. Okay.
I'll send that to my boyfriend.
Let's see. Oh, Aaron, I got your site up now. So let me get you up and you can talk a little bit about what you do.
Hey, I am an author and streamer. I stream games on the weekend, Monday or Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and doing map making and world building on Wednesdays for my epic fantasy novel I'm working on.
Cool.
Just finished Final Fantasy 3 and then getting into Baldur's Gate 3.
Classic. I wish I had more time for gaming. That's so. I haven't played Baldur's Gate at all. I really wanted to try that at some point when I get time. But
Streaming is the only excuse to actually play the games.
It really is. It really is.
But yeah, I focus on like the narrative and characters from an author's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I watched your map creation. That was really cool.
Yeah, got a little bit on that one.
Drunken Finn says, own a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. Meme is the correct way to defend your home. You know what? That's fine. When I did my hunter's course, like we had to train on rifle, shotgun, pistol, bow and arrow, and black powder muskets. So I am fine lighting somebody up with a musket. I got no problem with that.
There was a typo. I own a muskrat.
They can actually do more damage than a slug shotgun. So okay.
Yeah, muskets can be pretty powerful. Don't underestimate them. Chaos Smash 64 said, me with the Dragon Slayer stepping over intruders. Oh, so true. Okay. Last but not least, our humble ferret. Junie, I'll put both of you, and by the way, everybody is going to be in the description as well. So if you want to know any of our guests, you can get them from the description. I just added Sparky, so he's now at it as well. So Junie, you want to talk about you? What you're doing?
Yeah, sure. Hey everyone, I'm Junie. I'm your number one ferret VTuber. I cover like a massive array of things. I'm like a commentator. It's election season, so I've been doing a lot of like election coverage. Hop over to my streams. We do debate bingo. It's so much fun actually. And I'm really excited because on November 5th, because I confirmed to have that day off, I'm doing a massive like 12-hour charity stream on election day.
Oh, that's cool.
For Stack Up. And I stream over on like Twitch and YouTube. And we just hit 2K on YouTube, so I'm very happy.
Very cool. Yeah, awesome. So there's that's her
our-
Twitch, and then here's her YouTube right here, which that one just got pumped the other day. I do remember when you hit that. So
Mhm.
congratulations.
And I wore a maid dress next stream.
Listen, the chat is frankly the chat is
disgusting.
So I know what they want. I know what they want. But
yeah.
no, good stuff.
It's a full-time career.
Full-time what?
Full-time career is my teaching job. Someone
Oh
mentioned
yeah, you have a full-time teaching job in addition to being a VTuber content creator.
Yes.
Yes. That is actually, and that's the toughest period of time, I think, especially if you're like making content, the period of time where you're like working full time and then creating and trying to build and trying to beef that up. I remember back in that day, for a period of time, I had no life because it was like just working, 9 to 5, and then boom, stop, create content, thumbnails, filming. It was insane. Insane.
Mhm. Yeah, that's me.
But much love. Great content. I like your work, and you collab with everybody that I like. So good stuff. And also, got your start during when we were covering Niji stuff together. So that's kind of the lore and the backstory was Junie did a write-up for me of some of the laws that she believed, that the Japanese laws that she believed and some international stuff too, that you believe that Niji Sanji was violating, which was really fun to go through.
There's like my content creator birther.
Your birth, yeah. People birth other people. And I remember, and one of the reasons why I want to have smaller creators on specifically is because I remember, what made Rittenhouse Tays awesome was like when, big channels, like in that case, back then it was old Nikki Rackets, right? And other creators that had people on who were smaller. And I was smaller at that point, right? During Rittenhouse, right? Got bigger during Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and now I'm just wailing it out over here. But I like to give forward and give back to people that are creators and trying to build their channels. So hopefully you guys give some love to these channels and go out there and subscribe to them, give them a watch, check them out. It would be deeply appreciated. And thank you guys for your time, because I know these trials are long. I do not expect you to be here every day. I expect to kind of rotate other folks in and get some other guests on, but I appreciate your time when you have it. I've got a couple other people that have said they want to come on as well.
Yeah, you got me by chance today because they cut out overtime back at walk. So now I got to take a week. I got to take a day off to walk Saturday, and today was the day off. And it's really interesting because I've got my 4-month-old son in the chair, and the capture camera keeps wanting to capture his face every now and then.
Dude, you caught me on fall break. I was about to sit down and listen to your stream and play like a bomb ass Minecraft session, and then you're like, "You can join," and I was like, "Plans out the window."
You could just come on. That's better than just watching my stream. Speaking of good things, meanwhile, over on my locals, I'll just share the screen with you because this is the level of degeneration of my locals. I will allow booby traps for self-defense, and then we get this. I'll full screen it for chat because I know what chat likes, right? I know what chat likes. Once again, thank you, chat, for always being the most degenerate and hilarious. out there. Yeah. Okay. Don't feed them. Don't feed them, Junie. Don't feed them till we at least get to. We're at 600 likes right now. Till we at least get to 750.
Okay.
Then you can start. Then you can start catering to the chat. Okay. We got to make them work for it. We can't be that easy. Okay.
She has to get out of her system when she's not on Twitch.
I know. She's sad she can't show her hips anymore.
Oh yeah.
Because that's banned.
She likes to show up those fishnets.
Listen,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's true.
because that's about all I can do. Can't do my.
Bologna Bong for 10 says, I don't typically do self-promotion, but you do enjoy anime. So take a look at what I do sometime, Andrew. I'm slow to upload once per month, but my work is super scuffed. Cool. Why don't you, and you can also link me, Bologna Bong, email me, and hit me up with what you got, or send me a DM on X. I know not everybody can do that. So just email me, andrewesquirelive@gmail.com, and be like, yo, it's me, Bologna Bong. Here's my work. Because I love anime. I love to promote other anime tubers. And also, I'm also looking for people to come on for my anime streams, because I do pretty periodic anime review streams where we're going through, the newest stuff in anime or what's controversial in anime. So the last one we went over was Dan to Dan and the new episode and the new season of ReZero, which I'm still catching up on the last season of ReZero, which I always forget as I'm catching up how hardcore ReZero goes. So I am looking forward to getting into the next season.
Always 2 seasons behind anime. So
it doesn't pull punches. Yeah, no. What'll happen is a new season will come out, and I'll be like, "Am I caught up on that?" And then I'll be like, "Oh, I'm not. Okay, let me catch up on that." Like Overlord, I'm working through the 3rd season now. That the 4th is out.
This is totally off
thank you.
topic. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's off topic.
Oh, no.
A lot. We got another 30
Okay.
minutes. We
Off
got another 30
topic.
minutes of yapping.
Who saw Liam Payne died from One Direction?
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Because Liam Payne died under super weird circumstances.
He fell off a balcony.
Yeah, but
Three-story balcony.
he did a TikTok like an hour before he died, and people were saying he was super drunk.
He was like on stuff.
But he didn't seem like he was that high or drunk or whatever. Hold on one second. I gotta agree to the stupid terms of this. All right, here we go. So a hotel desk manager called 911 with concerns about Payne, the former One Direction singer, shortly before he fell from a 3rd floor balcony. The results of his toxicology report is pending. Really, really, really weird.
So he lethal weaponed himself.
Yeah. A man who identified himself as the hotel desk manager said that a guest excessively consumed drugs and alcohol and was breaking everything in his room and was afraid he could do something to put his life at risk. So really crazy. It's also in Buenos Aires. So
It's in Argentina.
yeah, Argentina. Yeah. But like, just it leaves me with a lot of questions. I want to
I'm
find
sorry
the
to
social
derail
media.
like that. It just came to my mind. I was
No,
like,
no.
whoa.
It's good because it's actually like a case that it may end up being a case, like, I mean, because this could be a criminal case, right? Oh, here it is. Here's his last post, his very last post. So the hotel manager, who apparently called shortly before this, said he was like flipping out and all this stuff. But in this post, he doesn't seem like he's flipping out. So I'll let you guys decide. This was 1 hour before he died. 1 hour.
Morning, everybody. A lovely day here in Argentina. This is the breakfast table. Just enjoying coffee and breakfast, even though it's like 1 p.m.
Literally, we sleep in every day until at least 12. We're such losers.
No.
No.
I hope everybody was okay in Milton as well. By the way, it's quite a scary thing to watch from far away. I hope everybody was okay, and all the little dogs and everything made out as well. There's some quite sad stories about dogs. We're going to ride some horses. I think I'm going to be playing polo again, which is going to put me out of action for about 6 weeks. We're enjoying ourselves here at our lovely friend Gon's house. Shout out, gone wherever gone is.
Shout out Gone.
Shout out, gone. Big bad gone. Yeah, so it's going to be a nice day.
I don't know.
That
Somebody said that
is-
was an hour before, but also that wasn't even at the hotel. So that I have so many questions like coming from that. Like he seemed pretty normal. He doesn't seem like a guy. I mean, he's there with a girl. Like he didn't seem like he was alone, and it's so. There's a lot of questions.
Unless if it was like pre-recorded, posted by PR.
That could be too. It could be something that was pre-recorded, so maybe that was a day or two or even a week before.
Well, there
But
could've
during
been,
that
like,
photo,
early in the day.
sure. But he was sober there, maybe a little bit. Someone says anxious.
If if you're that big of a celebrity, you might want to like delay what you're posting so that way you can't get, stalked and tracked.
Yeah, because it could come down to a couple of things. Because if there was a lot of ruckus and noise, I mean, it could have been somebody with him. Who knows? He might have got thrown. No, speculating, but yeah, he could have got thrown off. I mean, there's a number of things that could have happened.
And that's what I would question. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe that was the thing, but now somebody, Joe Schmo on my locals, just sent me this and said this was from the room. Now, if this was from the room, like, then
That's pretty.
Now, if this was Colombian marching powder, right? You know what I'm saying?
Spicy powdered sugar, you know?
A little bit of that snow, a little bit about that Miami snow, as we call it.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's like Nick Rackets.
I was gonna say, did he visit Nicky Rackets or something?
Yeah, it was big ship to Spicer, Minnesota level. But there's also Dove soap here, but this doesn't look like fucking soap.
And that like in that can, and that aluminum can lid is so black.
Yeah,
it's clearly had a lighter taken to it.
Unless that's what they. So that Dove soap box. I mean, if he was at a hotel, I don't think a hotel used Dove soap, even if it was a high end hotel. So they had to have brought that, and that might have been what it was using to transport.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably what I think. It's like if I had to, if this is all the paraphernalia, then yeah, maybe they packed everything inside of the Dove soap box because they're like, oh, that's a place to hide it, and then broke it out of there to do it. But clearly, yeah, that's burnt, spilt everywhere, a little bit of ash right there, lighter, yeah, definite paraphernalia. So
yeah, we also don't know or not. Because we haven't heard a single thing about like alone or not. Because we have heard nothing about like cameras or anything.
Well, he was there with that girl, so where the fuck was she? And what was going on there?
People are saying she left like his ex or girlfriend left like 2 days before.
Then that video that we just saw was a super latergram, right? If that was his last media post, then that was a delayed post if she already had left. Unless that's not the real narrative. Some Smoke Jagger says it looks staged. Druggies won't waste their drugs like that. But okay, but if he was really high and flipping out, you could have knocked it over.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was super high, oh no,
or if he was breaking everything.
Oh no.
No, bro. Somebody asked me, oh God, this is a crazy question, but I'll get this one in a second. But after I get this super chat, Winter Fox 2 for 6 Canadian. Thank you so much, Winter Fox. Says, imagine if someone breaks into a house only to find permanent eye damage from an automated mounted laser pointer. Does a law prosecute that? How powerful is the laser pointer? Because some laser pointers are so powerful that they will damage the eye. If you know it will damage the eye, right, then yes. If it's something that wouldn't normally damage the eye, then it's more of a gray area, right? Just like is annoying, then that might be a gray area. But if it's something that is so strong, there's people that have been convicted for trying to blind pilots with super strong lasers and super strong laser pointers. So that's been a thing.
During the Floyd
and-
riots, Antifa was using laser pointers towards people and cops.
Wait, who?
Antifa.
Oh, Antifa. Yeah, right. They were trying to blind cops with lasers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's illegal, right? So if you can't do that, you definitely can't have an automated one. If you couldn't do it yourself, then you can't have a trap do it for you. Right? Artemis says Beyonce had Liam killed. Why the fuck would Beyonce? Junie, am I missing something? Why
Diddy.
does Beyonce?
Oh, Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah.
Was Liam in Diddy's mansion?
So if I'm connecting
Oh
the
God.
dots,
Is it
in a
like
dot
6
that is
shades of Diddy
connected-
now? God damn it. Okay, go ahead.
So if
Go
I'm
ahead.
connecting the dots in the way the dots are supposed to be connected, I know at least in the documents that were like unsealed or whatever, Beyonce and Jay-Z are mentioned by name in regards to like Diddy and stuff. And then don't quote me on this. Do not quote me on this at all.
Quoting Junie everywhere.
I know. Well, okay, you can quote me on this. I know Justin Bieber's name has been brought up,
Baby.
more
oh,
like in
my
terms of
pussy.
like victim than anything.
Yeah, he for sure is a victim. Justin Bieber
Is victim.
is
But
looking
people are
super like a
also-
victim right now.
Yeah, and I know some people are also trying to like either insinuate or also starting to draw the conclusion that potentially the One Direction members were also in that same boat because they're around like the same age. They were popular in the same time. Around
Can
the
they
same
connect him to the
people.
Diddler's mansion?
Maybe that's what people are speculating. So that's why you got that comment.
Yeah, you're gonna have to see. I get it, but you can't just draw every boy band that was prominent at that time.
Into
You're
it,
gonna have to
right?
say
That's
there's
where
a
I'm
there's a
like,
causality,
don't
right?
quote
Like
me.
okay, like literally with Bieber, the really fucked up thing was Usher had custody of Bieber and gave custody over for what is it, 36 or 48 hours to Diddy, right? That actually
And there's like
happened.
that video of like, this is gonna be your car. I'm gonna give you this house. Da, da, da.
And he says about the custody thing, he's like, I have custody of him now.
Mhm.
That's weird.
It's not speculative. Yeah, and then that's on the parents too, for sure. Like
Mhm.
you gave your kid over to Usher, and then Usher turned your kid over to Diddy.
Mhm.
What
Yeah,
do
but
you
that's
think's
where
gonna
you're getting that. That's where that connection comes from. It's all tying back to Diddy because Hollywood's in flames right now.
Well, especially with Diddy. Especially
Yeah.
with Diddy.
And they're planning on bringing more charges to more people.
Yeah. Sigrun says if you have enough time, look up Deception IV announcement trailer and analyze how legal those traps would be. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, I think we have some time. Deception. We'll probably get a strike, but we've already gonna get in trouble for this. So not a strike, but like copyright. I'll have to delete it at some point. Deception IV, the Nightmare Princess. Okay. It's 1 minute and 41 seconds. So okay, let's watch this. We'll do a little little not so legal analysis here. Warning: this is not appropriate for children. Okay, awesome.
Well, good thing I'm not a kid.
Oh, it's a
Yes,
game.
well,
ベルギリエ様、ようやくお目覚めになりましたね。
Oh God, what the fuck did you send me?
時が来たようだ。
They're shooting people out of cannon. No.
What did I come back to?
Chat, no.
Something amazing.
最後の悪夢。
Hey, hold on.
They shot him
Melting
in the
someone
wall.
in a pot of molten metal or lava or whatever the fuck. No, illegal.
最後の悪夢を見せ
It's
て
like an anime dungeon.
I mean,
Master?
that's legal though. That part is legal. I mean, if he was threatening her and she impaled him with a heel and she was, feeling that she's in harm here and impales him with the heel. Or wait,
Nick
was she
would-
impaling him or just his dick? I think
So
it's
say
just
Nick-
his dick.
Nick would cater jealous right now.
Yes, this is definitely his fetish. He would definitely be good into this. But hold on, we don't have somebody watching. That'd be even better.
逃げることはできない。この悪夢からは。ベルリリア様こそ闇の世界へと導くべき。
Look, it's just like the character lineup. I mean, it's cool. Okay, cool character lineup. Nerve gas, frozen arrow, vacuum floor, flaming boulder,
Fireball.
vacuum wall, cake in the face. Cake in the face, probably okay. Cake in the face, probably
What kind
okay.
of cake?
I mean, is it a poison cake or like a happy cake? I'm imagining.
I hope it's a happy cake.
By stealing these foolish human souls and offering them to the Great One, you will regain your power. I mean, that sounds like a case for insanity. The pumpkin is probably legal. Of all those, okay, wall nudge, bear trap, and pumpkin mask. Only pumpkin mask is legal. Bear trap and the wall falling on you in any way, yeah, that's illegal.
Wait, did he get launched out of the toilet?
But hold on.
He's still launched off the toilet, by the way.
Illegal. The horse head is illegal. Anybody who's wearing the horse head needs to go straight to fucking jail right away.
Except for me.
Bell trap, illegal. Not illegal.
Well, on Twitch, they consider those things illegal. So
yeah, that's definitely gonna fall on the not legal side. Oh, that's an Iron Maiden. Yeah, little Iron Maiden there, little Iron Maiden action. Yeah, Iron Maidens are super illegal. Super illegal. That's a St. Andrew's cross. Fun fact: Nick wanted one of those in his sex dungeon. Anyways, yeah, a lot of that's illegal. A lot of that's illegal.
I wonder.
Master.
As always, anime bringing you stuff that is wildly illegal but fun to think about. All right, Randy H says $4.99. Trevor Moore also fell out of a hotel balcony, and he made the "Help Me" song with Justin Bieber look alike. I'm beginning to. We're gonna have a conspiracy theory. I'm gonna have to do like a conspiracy theme stream here.
Well,
Because this is like
compared to like the Epstein of Hollywood.
Yeah, the Diddy conspiracy, like who's going to get brought in. Of course, whenever I watch these videos, because I'm watching people just creating Diddy content nonstop, I watch these videos and I'm like, this is all great, but like none of this is admissible, right? It's all like speculation. And, I heard from this guy who told me this. I'm like, well, that's like giga hearsay evidence, right? So it's like, well, this person told me.
Like started yet? Has he? Has it?
No, he's arrested and he's denied bail.
But they haven't like gotten anything towards like.
They're still collecting evidence. I mean, they have the lube. I mean, they have the lube and the guns. That's enough to arrest him.
Are you going to cover that when they start?
Oh fuck yeah, I'm going to cover that.
Yeah,
now, it's not going to be televised because it's a federal case, unfortunately.
Darn it.
Yeah. Walking Corpse says, I want to booby trap my property. Why is protecting my property illegal? I thought this was America. I mean, if the booby traps are actual boobies, then yes, it's okay. Just stick to real boobs. Emo Warrior said,
I said smother them.
Oh, yeah. Emo Warrior said Simon Cowell. Wait, is Simon Cowell like the missing link here that brings everybody together in the Diddy conspiracy?
I'm not sure, actually, if Simon was like involved with any of the stuff.
Chaos Smash says, unless the cake is filled with razor blades. Yes, and then the cake would be illegal. LJ O'Rourke says for $1.99, I woke up this amazing. Welcome. Make sure you smash the like button on the way in. Sigrun Attorney has said there's a live action one. That's the one you need. Okay, I'll check that one out. Take that one out. Sigrid also said, also, I'm not sorry. No, that was fun enough. That one was good, just even in the video game version. That was awesome. Chaos Smash says, is it okay if a customer signs Disney Plus? Yes, but know that Disney is going to try to arbitrate you into giving up your rights if you're injured at a Disney park. So if you enter into no, I'm being serious.
Yeah, I know.
They barely back down on that, and only because of pressure, because of the wrongful death at the Raglan Road, but they haven't given up that as part of their clauses for Disney Plus. So I guarantee you, if you got injured at a Disney park, they would try that again, right? They just got pushed back on it this time, but they're going to do it again. They're a soulless corporation. Foley said, should have dropped more than 2 billion. No, should have dropped more than 2 bombs in 1945. Boy.
But my Hello Kitty.
Holy, they would have been even more kawaii if you dropped more.
There would have been even more
Tatsumi.
degenerate.
Exactly. We made them this way.
Bow bow.
Bow, indeed. Tatsumi for £5 says, are the lethal traps legal if there's signs or warnings? No, as Sparky said, it makes it worse for the analysis if there's a warning, because then you know about it and you intentionally placed it and you knew it was illegal and you did it anyways, right? So it's actually worse.
Shows intent.
It would be different if it was just like a hole and they just stumbled upon a hole that happened to have a bunch of snakes in it, right? Because, well, I didn't know that was there, right? It's covered with some leaves in the yard, right? Well, I had no idea that was there, right? So that's not a trap that you set to intentionally get somebody. Get it? Right? I'm not telling you to do this. This is not legal advice, but I'm just saying. What about a suitcase? No. Suitcase is not going to fly. It's not going to fly. Also, somebody earlier in the chat asked me if I know about Johnny Somali, and because I'm going to Korea, I guess. Yeah, I'm very well aware of Johnny Somali. I actually saw Johnny Somali across from me in Thailand, but I was walking the other way with a friend, and he was on the other side of the street when he was here in Thailand. Like, this is over a year ago, before he got arrested in Japan. But if I see him in Seoul,
Hands.
It may be on the internet. I'm just saying that right now. It may be on the internet. It may or may not be on the internet. But my thought is he's kind of hiding out. I think I know where he's hiding out. And it seems like every time he pops up and puts his head out, he gets arrested almost right away or gets stopped by the security or police right away. So I don't think he's long for Korea. But yeah, if I saw Johnny's in trouble. He's really short.
You're numb the moon.
Really short. Don't let him get Nandaman.
Don't let him get near Nandaman.
I don't know, man. He's you'd be a natural hero there. Yeah, no. Look, listen, and I would just get kicked out of the country. I'd be like, oh no, it's just 2 foreigners beating up each other. Okay. Or like me beating him up because he's like a manlet, right? Like I would not get in serious, not be a serious issue. But we'll see. He should go to North Korea. That'd be yes, try to pull that in North Korea and see how well it goes. Not spoiler, not well. Still got the starting in about 5 minutes. Once court starts, I'll take a quick break myself just to hit the bathroom and to maybe get a little snickety snack for the second half of the show. Do you guys have anything you're going to be doing? Any projects you're coming up on over the next week or two? Any big goals or anything else?
I'm probably going to go back to consistently streaming next week. I'll be like off break Monday, Thursday, Friday schedule. And then I have that big charity on the 5th.
November 5th. What time are you going to start?
What is it? I'm probably going to start at noon, go noon to midnight. That way, that I'm awake during all of the once all the polls start to close and stuff. We'll see if people count their ballots within that day.
I mean,
probably not.
last time it was pretty late at night, but still. Oh shit! I just got somebody. Okay,
we can.
Somebody
pray.
was like, yeah. Hopefully. But I mean, last time, if you recall correctly, it was the middle of the night where crazy shit went down. It was like as soon as everybody went to sleep, that was when the crazy shit happened. And then everybody woke up and was like, wait, what the fuck? Where did these votes come from? Oh, they just kind of showed up. Oh, that's kind of crazy how that happened. That looked completely different when I went to bed. Weird. It's weird.
Yeah. So I'll probably go noon to midnight, 12-hour stream.
Sounds about right. Sounds good. Winter Fox says pirates need to sue Johnny Somali for identity theft. Well, I don't even know if he's really Somali. But that said, yes, that'd be hilarious. Foley said, "You're making me cope and sneed because your anime sucks." Hey, listen. Do I have to play the clip? Hold on, I have to play the clip.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding.
We'll stop it right there. That's just for you, Foley. And Chaos Smash says, send him to fake China. Wait, what's fake China? North Korea? Yeah, North Korea is its own special thing. North Korea is a blend of like, if you took Imperial Japan, you took Korean folklore, and you threw some communism in there, right? That's North Korea, right? It's a very interesting blend of herbs and spices. And the way that they mix like actual Korean traditions in is really actually fascinating, the way they do it. And actually, there's a problem now that a lot of North Koreans that come to the South end up wanting to go back because they really can't assimilate into South Korean society. It's really difficult for them because it's just such a different thing. All right. Oh, and Baloney Bong, I got your email, so thank you so much. Maybe I'll try to have you on for another stream when I'm doing the walking through the case, or maybe for an anime stream, which might be even better. Cool. So thank you. I got your email. Chaos Smashes, I mean the opposite of Taiwan. Oh, okay. So the CCP. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Johnny would not pull any of that shit in like Shanghai or Beijing. He would be arrested in 2 seconds. There was not even a question. Let's see. Legal Mindset. Did you ever get up to JSA? I've been to the 3 blue buildings. I've been to the JSA. I've been to the DMZ, but not the JSA. Right? That's very, very specific. And during the time I was there, because of COVID, they were really restricting the JSA access. So it was much more difficult to get in there. And I was too lazy to like put in the application and all your information, all this shit ahead of time and schedule it. I was like, whatever, I'll go when I go. And then I'm like, well, I guess I'm moving from Korea. Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, well, okay. It's all right. I live with it. But we'll be going to the DMZ next week or two. Maybe not GSA, but definitely making a DMZ trip when I'm there. So I look forward to that. Very much looking forward to Korea. Japan and Korea are great in spring and the fall. Those are the 2 best times to go there. My high recommendation for those 2. McLeod said, I think going from North Korea to South Korea were like time traveling 60 years. Yeah. Very true. Also, Joe Schmo, what the fuck are you posting in my locals? Like, so literally, this is the type of shit I got to deal with, guys. Like, I'm sitting over here trying to be a serious legal channel, and Joe Schmo's over here like, legal trap. I'm like, bro, why you gotta do people like that? It's fucked up. All right. So let me get this back going here. So today we'll probably see for the rest of the day is we're probably going to see the rest of the prosecution witnesses. So they're going to call some supporting witnesses that are going to give background testimony. The most interesting to me would be somebody like the medical examiner who was there determining doing the autopsy, getting the cause of death. Also the first responders, the police, right? Anybody who was there at that time. So those would be really interesting witnesses. I hope we get to that. After that, it would obviously be a break until next week, So this is a Friday. So obviously there'll be a weekend break, and then we'll start again on Monday afternoon. There'll probably be for the prosecution at least a couple days of presentation. So at least 4 or 5 days at minimum for the prosecution before we ever hear from the defense. I do imagine the defense will need to go a little bit longer because they have to present evidence or try to present evidence of self-defense and of the battered wife syndrome. And they've also got to bring up an expert for that as well. So that's going to be a lot of stuff on their side. Bald Eagle said that game looked like the ultimate castle doctrine. It was fucking set in a castle. So how can you get more castle doctrine than that? It's impossible. Oh, Judy says, now I'm going to run a Swift. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I will pop Junie out. And then if she comes back, we'll pop her back in. I know she's got to run out for a second. Cool. Awesome. And guys, make sure you follow everybody here and give them a like. Really appreciate them stopping by and yapping with me, even though I tend to monopolize a lot of the yapping. You guys can yap up whenever you want.
I was gonna say there's nothing wrong with that. So
yeah, it is what it is. Although whenever there's anything you guys want to bring up, just bring that up. It's fine. Have you guys been to Florida?
When I was a kid.
When you're a kid?
No, only places I've been is like Colorado, Washington D.C., New York. I was actually in New York 2 weeks before the towers got hit. So,
so this is confirmed to be the Suitcase. So that's why we're focusing on it. Of course, they're not going to open it till the last, and I'm sure it's going to still be in a bag because it probably will smell like death because there was a rotting corpse in there. Can we get Gosney? I think Gaz could actually come on. Whether or not he will is up in the air. Gaz, I want to protect Gaz because he got a lot of flack for that book that he wrote online that some weird activist got him canceled and fired for out of the Miami prosecutor's office, right? So I want to kind of keep him on the sunny side. He's working. Yeah, he got fired for his fiction.
Huh.
He wrote like a legal 50 Shades of Grey type story, but it involved a killer that was trans, and they canceled him for that, and they fired him for that. He has a job now, but not in the government, not with the state. He now has a job in the civil private sector, right? I know the firm he's working at. I'm not going to say it, but I don't want to cause him any heat, so I will reach out to him, but I can see why he might just want to lay low, and I get it. But Gaz is my boy. I met him in person. I met his family. He's a super cool guy. I love him. He's a great guy, genuine, really good dude. Really good, solid dude. Family dude.
I was gonna say last time I heard he was getting that new job. I'm guessing this happened between then and now.
Yeah, he was going to get the job in Miami, and then he got fired before he moved down there for the job, and he got fired like right when he was starting that job. So then he found that civil job.
That's bullshit.
It was all because some really activist reporter got mad.
I thought it was
that's bullshit.
I thought
it was complete bullshit.
I thought it was based on his legal books, but if it's based on
no, it wasn't on that at all. It was because they thought his fiction was offensive.
Yeah,
right.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
As an author myself, yeah, that's messed up. Because you don't always hold the views that your characters do.
Yeah. Exactly. You might differ from the views of your characters. Also, it's a fictional fucking book. It's a fictional book. It's like you get canceled over writing Game of Thrones because because Jamie Lannister is problematic, right? It's like it's a fucking work of fiction. You should be able to remove yourself from that. But people can't do that today. Right. And we're at the insanity where people lose government jobs over that. Honestly, that's something where he should have looked into like suing, but I guess he just wanted to move on with his life. And that's the sad thing, is that people don't have the means often to like fight back, right, against that sort of thing. But I mean, that was by this woman, right, who posted this article. That was definitely tortious interference for sure. Right. And it was definitely defamation.
I know he probably wants to lay down, lay low, and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
he's not
one of
trying to
my
shake the cage.
yeah, I know my friend would be interested in this because we look into people trying to cancel people all the time in video games and all that other good stuff. So
Mhm.
it'd be interesting to look through. I mean, not
Yeah,
drag him into it, but
it's interesting. Yeah, he doesn't want to go back and relitigate it. I think he
Yeah,
wants
no,
to
I
kind
get
of move on. So he's like that. Yeah, this clown world, and a lot of people are like that. I mean, and that's what really pisses me off is for every person that you hear about, there's so many people you don't hear about because they just like whatever, fuck it, it's bullshit, and they move on. Right? I hear people getting fired for bullshit reasons all the time, and they just take it and move on. Right? They just take it and move on.
Why is she giving the Full Metal Jacket eyes?
Mind you, she's normally locked up all day. Someone in the chat mentioned it. This is her social time. So she's like talking to whoever she can talk to, right? And she's like even smiling here because like, look, this is the only time she gets, right? So
yeah. But yeah, and along that same note, but you have people like Boone and his boss and Kenosha that
Binger,
that do all sorts of unethical BS to people, trying to ruin other people's lives.
Oh, wait,
over
hold on.
nothing.
Sorry. I thought the blonde girl was with the defense, but I guess she's with the state. Okay. Got it. That's the daughter? Okay, interesting.
Or she just
anyways. Yeah, I thought it was the defense's daughter. Now I guess it's the other guy. All right. Well, not starting yet. The judge has to come back first and then the jury. So until then, we're going to get a intense look at the totally not racist. We still haven't changed it, even though they probably will make us change it at some point. Seal of Florida. Actually, did we have to change it? Hold on, because now it's like the native woman with flowers and the boat. Before, was it a different? Did the seal change? I think it may have changed.
I'm waiting for someone to go. The seal of Oklahoma needs to be changed. And it's like, yeah, that's never gonna happen.
Oh yeah, there's like a couple things were changed. So they changed it from a cocoa tree to palmetto tree, and they changed the woman to a Seminole, make her Seminole. They made the steamboat more accurate. They removed mountains because there are no fucking mountains in Florida, and they removed coffee. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, she also no longer wears a feathered headdress because Seminoles didn't wear that. That's what it is. That's what it is. That I'm fine. That's like accuracy. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, those are accuracy changes. I can see that.
That's fine. I'm okay if it's historical accuracy. That's fine. That's not a woke change.
They removed John Smith. Yeah, very accurate.
Winter Fox 2 says people have become entrenched into self-congratulatory virtue signaling nowadays. They're so privileged they can get offended for other people, even when said other people are offended. Exactly. This woman was getting offended on behalf of the trans community when she's a straight woman, right? Who's a reporter for the Miami Herald. It was ridiculous.
Yes.
Here we go. I think it turned on the... Does he turn on the fucking mic with a AC remote? Holy shit.
I was gonna say you have the volume down.
No, I have the... Do I... Oh. Stop that. There you go. Okay. I am going to go get some water, but we'll let
if you
this
want
play
to test
out.
it out, Mr. J.
See, she is sitting behind the defense.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on month.
Max Headroom's in court.
If Max Headroom was in court, it'd be a lot more entertaining.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
That is the best I can do, sir.
Oh, so they're testing out the 911 call.
Why wouldn't they just have this pre-recorded onto the computer?
It was on a disc, and they had the lady earlier authenticate it.
Well, even then, I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to authenticate or, state that, yeah, this message was on this media, and have an expert or the person doing it is like, yeah, I took this media, transferred it over to here for ease of access to the court.
Okay.
Yeah, because
all right.
the defense wouldn't.
Anything else, state, we need to address?
That's
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe. So pay no mind or attention to
Oh,
them.
they're mock trial.
With that, are we ready to bring in our
Okay,
jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Kind of cool, though.
So they explain they're mock trial students. Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, this
that's
would
good.
be a heck of a trial to mock on, because you're never going to see something like this again for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get a murder case. Like, you barely ever. Oh, moot court? Okay, cool. Oh, is there something white on my nose? Sorry, did I pull a nick? Oh, come back with a bloody nose? Sorry, I was checking on Lady Rackets.
Wow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I can see it.
I flagged that earlier. Lenmar says, Andrew, you will fail as a VTuber. Kason's toilet runs are 10 seconds tops. I also get to get snacks. I had to figure out, my wasabi peas over here. I like Thai brand.
So they wouldn't let you have a tray either.
And also, I have to my distance to toilet is kind of far.
But you got long strides. You're tall.
I have to go over my
State, do you
bed.
recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Do a barrel roll.
Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Brian Boone. Who's that? A brother? Or his brother.
Father?
Yeah, so I think the brother.
Oh, yeah, I guess she's in her 40s.
Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, BRIAN BOONE.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, the ex-husband.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
Bullet dodged.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Oh, maybe it was 2016. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
This is the ex-husband, and yes, I'm picking up the same vibes you guys are.
What was your
My jar is
custody
going off, you know?
with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres?
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
She's not a good parent. She's not a good parent.
Time on February 24th, you actually got in touch with the defendant.
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence.
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
This is direct.
George was dead, and once again I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
That's just ridiculous.
You've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Wow.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
This is smart.
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Very smart not to get involved.
There at the scene while police arrived.
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
I would have asked about the
Any
hide and seek.
cross-examination?
I would have totally asked about hide and seek.
Well, this kind of contradicts a
Sir,
little bit
subject
from
to
her
recall.
talk to
Okay.
the police,
Thank you.
doesn't it?
Thank you.
So he's going to be called as a defense witness. So he's calling as a prosecution witness and a defense witness.
Yeah.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
They swapped out the court clerk. You lost
I was
track.
gonna say, doesn't that really kind of contradict her Sarah's
State,
statement
may call
to
her
the
next
police
witness.
when they first showed up?
Yes.
It also brings into question like why she waited so long and why after being told to call 911 repeatedly she didn't do it. That's
too.
really bad. And like, hey, I'm going to go outside and keep drinking, right? I'm going to go outside and have a cigarette and a drink. Yeah, no, fuck that.
And she said, and so go outside and keep drinking too. Didn't she tell the cops that no, the last time she had anything to drink was like the night before?
Mm-hmm. And one of the things is, I think that she invited her over. It wasn't the brother, by the way. It was the ex. But I think that this is possible, that she really wanted the ex to handle the body, right? And then to pin it on him. I think she had some sort of idea like that. And you're smart not
Members
to
of
do
the jury,
it.
we'd appreciate your patience for a few moments.
It's good he
while,
didn't simp for her
the
like
state,
that.
Attaches a
getting all of
Bluetooth
this
speaker
against.
so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far. Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
Permission to publish 3.
You may do so.
Don't underestimate as an ex the way your former lover may want to use you in the future.
I don't know. How would you feel like you handled that call?
Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of the emergency? 4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brant, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the apartment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send a line for the fire department, do not hang up.
Location emergency.
That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 Brent Lane, apartment 3, Brent Court. Brent Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, okay.
It's still with Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case and we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay, listen, we're getting out of G. All right, okay. Okay, okay, 40, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working there? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on there. Sheriff's officer out there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
Nothing happened. He's purple.
but, okay, listen, he did the defense of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is
And
it?
is he available?
No.
All right, are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, 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 man, listen, so is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay. Wait.
Stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? If you look your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. Put my hand in his cell.
Okay.
Please, okay, your girdle.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your other hand up on that hand. We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is 19.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting. Okay. All right, just continue pumping.
Now, obviously, you don't get it. He's already dead.
1, 2, 3,
But they're just making him go through the motions because they've got to for liability purposes. They've got to tell her to do
Yeah,
that.
I know. It's just the way she's responding to him.
Yeah, he's clearly dead. He's clearly dead.
20, 21, 22, 23,
And the
24,
guy doesn't know.
25, 26, 27,
I'm saying going, no, she's just counting. She's not even doing anything.
31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting here as fast as they can, okay?
Be still and be careful.
Okay, begin pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Still doing the concept.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting here as fast as they can. I'll know with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Her tempo is way off. Yeah.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
I need to hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
Right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping the chest until they push over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Come in. There's nothing else.
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? The last time. We were playing hide and seek. He was the Virginia. Okay. But unfortunately, he stood down too long. There's nothing we can do for him. Hello, ma'am.
So we're there, obviously.
My boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Is your little boy? No, not that. Hello?
Hey, man, the fact I'm going to take care of you, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, is still there? Hello? Call back 407-716-8684, referential mobile. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
Yeah, she sounded very bratty, like she didn't want to do it. She was like, "Why do I got to do this? It's pointless." But once again, they have to do it for liability purposes. They have to tell you to do it. A lot of people talking about the "Staying Alive" song.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, one of ours a 5 photo. They told us.
Yes, sir. You may call
pick
your
a
next
bat.
witness.
State we call Abraham Moreno.
know, raise your right hand and sworn to please swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I affirm. Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, Abraham, last name is Moreno, Moriano.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
They're very quick at getting through the questions.
No one's really objecting anything either.
Good afternoon.
You did.
This conversation.
Sorry.
That,
None of this is
you
objectionable,
had
so
with
there's
Ms.
not going to be any
Boone.
objections right
Yeah.
now.
That
It's
took
all
place on the
agreeable
24th.
stuff. There's
Yeah.
no point to object
correct?
needlessly.
Yeah.
And who else was present on the time that the
They're establishing a lot of foundational information.
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris.
It'll be later
The
on
officer who was in front
while
of
they
the
get
door.
longer.
Okay. So there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on
When
the
Sarah Boone is on the
24th,
stand, there'll be objections. Don't worry.
it's when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right, on the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes,
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat that was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Are they trying to establish like a bias or something?
Yes, they're trying to discredit him as a witness. I mean, look, to be honest, Orlando is a city, but it's not like a huge city.
We're
like
on
you know
Monday,
people after a certain period of time. You know,
February the 24th.
that's not
That would
that's
have been
not
the day
a horrible thing.
that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any, if I can confer.
You can, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Just brief.
All right, thank you.
So we'll see if this
Back
happens.
in the 90s,
We'll see.
when you had previously known George Torres in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Philly.
And
Oh, they're in Philly.
When
Okay.
did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm from that particular block in 2005. So I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, this is subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
State would call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
Raise your right hand. Please swear to swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Do you love Philly
Good
cheesesteak?
afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Leanne Flint says the more I hear, the more.
Kayla Rodriguez. Kayla, Kayla. Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you tell us who did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what
She's
is
a
your position?
very happy deputy.
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner, you respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment?
Yes.
Tell us, what were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call?
Yes.
And what
That was
was
on their end.
that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, is there does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute, and the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time, if we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, which has been previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
48% of you would only let arrest you if you
Ma'am,
keep the body
showing
footage.
you what's been
Very
marked
based.
for identification as states I.
Very based.
Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
We're going to see it.
February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Unless Court TV won't show up as a body on the video.
If Court TV doesn't pan to the body cam footage, I'll be pissed.
Identification as states H. You take a look at that disc. Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
All right, what was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states
They're getting in a lot of
G.
evidence here. We'll eventually see it.
Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
In your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
Woo! Here we go.
Get that mood lighting.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go, chat.
Brace
Everyone-
chat. Brace chat. Hold the line.
Moment everyone's been waiting for.
Well, some video here. It's good. I wish I'd made popcorn. Also, yes, Drunken Finn, she can arrest all of us. She can arrest the chat because we're all going to horny jail.
They just have to make sure. The scuff. The scuff.
Out in front.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys with some information. That's my, the property manager. Tell him really quick, or we'll take care of that. Where's, yeah. And you want that, oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, but okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you 1 second.
And she needs something to drink.
At the time. Okay, you called it? Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect. Go ahead. 707 at 1307. Can't go back to that. What's going on? Who is he you? Boyfriend? Yes, because for like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night and had a. Can you pass this to the, around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that, sure. Okay, no. Each of them has to, this might be a real thing, but each of them has to tell their name. Normally we always, I just put everybody. What's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, puzzle together, we can do some artwork there. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to put stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. That's my assistant. My former husband. He lives here with you guys? No. I called him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys. The problem is I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yeah. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him. I took him out and I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? True. Your husband? Or your ex-husband? Okay. Where did you live at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were planning to get some updates? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like having an aneurysm or a heart attack or what? What kind of medical condition? None that I know of. None that I know of. No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened. But I don't want it there. Like, I don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling 911? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. And then I called him while I was CPR. Did you start probably giving me a rough ballpark? Here, let me fill this at the end, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am still cutting out right now. Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get down to paper, okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here? Was he here by himself? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to see him.
playing hide and go. This is what she said. She's been doing keep on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and start making phone calls.
Okay, go ahead.
What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with.
What do I do with the dog?
Oh.
Poor dog. Poor dog.
But the dog.
The dog is a secondary victim here.
Got that dog in him.
The dog is on him, like what's going on. He hasn't run outside out front yet either. So
Orange County.
Yes, office. Right over here. We check this closet.
Her bed is made.
So garage. That's garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up the crime scene now.
Oh, just give us a second, okay? It's on the counter. I can't move it. You can come out of the house. Here, let's get you down, because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet, and I don't want you passing out.
I need to find water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
VLC player. Yeah, she was probably trying to go back in for booze and they wouldn't let her. So they're like, I'll get you water because
Your Honor, request
Not letting you
permission,
get
Public
booze.
States 5.
You may proceed.
yes, and chat, this is the level of court infrastructure. This shows you how behind the courts are. When I tell you guys courts are behind, you guys need to understand this is how fucking boomer they are. So imagine trying to explain VTubers to these people, right? Like
Bro, we
imagine
need
it.
a VTuber like lawyer. See, zoom in.
Also have Neuralink, which could be anything.
Let's go ahead and start making the calls. Ma'am, could you go ahead and give me his last name, Torres? Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. O-R-G-E.
Yeah.
His birthday? 2/13/78.
Exactly.
And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it Boone. First name? Sarah. Sarah. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting us together, doing artwork.
Puzzles, artwork.
We had a bottle of wine and they decided to play hide and seek. So he
What
didn't,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least and I fell asleep. Forgetting that he was in the suitcase.
Playing the hide and go.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirt a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny a little
It
bit?
was. We both were laughing about it. And then I fell asleep
Where did you fall asleep at?
upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay,
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
Ballpark, what time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/Rita can go jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
But all that good stuff, so I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes, yes.
About
And
what
he
time
gurgled.
this morning
He
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake. But then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, do I think he was in the suitcase? And he wasn't moving, nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way up here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And like air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you had to do CPR, you were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any
I
medication?
don't know, like, I don't know medical wise, like, what, I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
She doesn't even sound like
I don't
sad.
know if alcohol.
She sounds
So
scared.
we had a bottle of wine.
Okay, all right. Here, I want you to sit back down, because I don't want
Can I have one more sip of water?
Yes, go on.
Yeah, she sounds panicked.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
The cups are like right there.
Sit right here, don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it, secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these extra packs, a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
Yeah, can't take something from a crime scene.
She's like freaking out, but we're trying to get her story straight. That's not.
So there's no thanks then?
Very needy.
Corporal, I can give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb, I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Wanna talk over here?
The beep is the police radio.
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
Well, on that, LJ O'Rourke, thank you for the 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you very much. And guys, make sure if you receive a gift membership to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a big support for the channel. All right. I know Judy will be back, so I'll remove her for now.
Can you imagine being the new tenants of that apartment seeing this?
Oh my God. You're going to get a deep discount on that unit. The next person in that unit?
What's it do for the reputation for the apartment complex? Or is it already
It completely
bad?
tanks the whole reputation. They usually change the name of the apartment complex after shit like this. It's muted on their end, not on my end, by the way. They might be muting protected information. So these are all the detectives.
The video looks like it's slowed down just a little bit.
Might be. Obviously, guys, once again, the audio is because they just have shit mics on these and they're bumping up against their uniform and
You get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were gonna come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here, they're gonna ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, sir, my name is Chelsea, my partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here? Okay, is it just you, okay.
she shouldn't be talking now. She should get a lawyer. She should have not said anything here.
Okay.
But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives, there's 50/50? Yeah. Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then.
Was your son home at the time, or okay?
No, with mine. With Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play. We just did it like that. Like, sure. We were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. Just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the Suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to get him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when I got here, I actually got up out of the bed. I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop, really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and that's when I found it.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
Or this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs. He about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out. And I started to try to make CPR once. I called you guys. So I called Brian. Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys. Okay. The person on the phone had me do the concussion. So I can count with him until you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay. Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of mental history?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have you see one bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know.
Well, maybe my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm gonna say okay, I guess normal drinking is we will have a glass of wine or two, like when we're cooking dinner or church, we'll here and we'll say I'm working with him. We'll say it's right there. But it's not a couple of beers a day. I don't understand though, for
Sorry, Misha's
a little bit that we had, not high. I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything, or what happened. I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Here?
Yeah.
Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think we rode up to the movie store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But you can walk there.
Does he have any history of these drugs? I know he doesn't now, but you said he doesn't.
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know a whole lot of medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yeah.
You've never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He didn't have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see a regular physician so he could get just a regular checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point 2 years, maybe 2.5 years. The checkup was probably in 2 years too.
Okay. And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, I'll let you.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, we were gonna start picking some of the donation in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and up or you just zipped it up and walked away
We're
after?
laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of
No, okay, so like this is the like this is his head and then right here.
So he was laying on the spot?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we were cleaning.
Understand this? Okay.
So.
So, yeah, you can't put yourself in like that.
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know, I am afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is
No.
that, okay.
That's
So no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay,
Do
well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need you, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school, and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your non-willing to pick up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
All right, we're going to go aside.
Yes, please, but can you guys, so I know what's going on.
Yes,
And don't,
all you have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
yeah, okay, but when you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person. We
That'll be
are.
later on.
It'll be
We'll know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me,
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave, okay?
this was,
Okay? Okay.
thank you. Just stay seated, okay, sir? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Those neighbors leaving their apartment, like what the heck's going on?
Yeah, I mean, all of that, she should have had a lawyer, and she should have been like, yeah, I'm not gonna, give you any permission or do anything else or talk to you until I have a lawyer. Not Boss Baby. I see someone, no, we're not calling him, but a real lawyer in Florida.
She left out all the stuff from the Snapchat too. In our
They
story.
violated
While you were at
my
the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you.
Very,
Any
very
cross-examination?
Very much just to get that into evidence.
Is this witness released?
Yes,
No
Your Honor.
questions.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
While they're doing that, I'll read some super chats. Silbury for 125 Philippine peso says, we thought it was funny. If this woman, if I was this woman, I would stop and say, no, I'm insane. Just arrest me. I need help. Well, that would be better than what she said and incriminated herself. Right. Bad News Badger for 100 Danish krona said, 911, what's the emergency? Yeep, I think I shot dead my hunting partner. Okay, I need you to check on him to see if he's really dead. Bam! Yep, dead. All right. Now what? Thank you, Bad News Badger. Silbury also said for 125, just a bottle of wine. Sure. Whatever you say. Also, holy shit, I'm super chatting in peso. I thought it was locked. No, you're good. You're good. You can drop the Philippine pesos as much as you want. Steve Severin says definitely better than Joker 2 for 5, unless there is a musical number. I don't think we're getting a musical number unless it's the parody of this. Although I did see that Sarah Boone was in Nick Arcade, so when we get a break or like after it ends, we'll play that little clip here. It's about a minute. It's kind of crazy when she makes an appearance in that. Big T for 2 says Megapint, thank you, cheers. And Drunken Finn for €2 says if the guy had VTuber memorabilia, we have reason.
Oh no,
that would be funny. if there's a like this guy is a VTuber fan, he's a HoloLive fan. No, this is 5 years ago. So actually, VTubing wasn't that big 5 years ago in English. Nah,
English no. In very, very small pockets, but that's about it.
Super niche. So they're probably conferring right now over some stuff they have to meet with. What do you guys think of the body cam footage?
Very
like
damning.
I know how like she sounded panicked, but then she's also like trying to get her story like make it straight. Like, oh, remember this. I forgot. Remember that.
She seems like the explainer type, and I think she thinks she's smart. So she's like, I'm going to tell this story. But the problem is she doesn't realize what Sarah doesn't realize is these stories aren't adding up, right? And they're also recorded. So they're going to be played back, right? And the first story she told does not line up with the story she told subsequently, right? Of, oh, he put himself in the suitcase. Well, how is he going to get himself into the cactuar position, right, that he was in and zip up the suitcase? That's really not possible. It's not. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought he was in the kowtow position.
Like that?
Yeah. And like so when he was upside down when it was upside no. So he would be on his back when it's upside down.
Sure.
When she flipped it over, he would have been facing down, and you can't get your hand around to like maneuver to get the zipper.
Yeah. So it's impossible to let yourself out.
Well, even then, the body cam footage, if you look at it, the ambulances were there. So that makes me think the ambulances came on scene first, then the cops. Yes. And then afterwards, another question is I've seen people ask in chat, and I have myself, and it's like, who actually let him out of the suitcase? Was it actually Sarah Boone, or
Members
was
of our
it
jury,
the ambulance?
It is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break.
Oh,
I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
Knowing what we know now, it's also kind of creepy that are better.
And I know it's about what 3:15 over there.
3:23.
Oh yeah, 3:25. Sorry. So like they're not going to go past 6-ish.
So she woke up the next morning, made her bed, and then came downstairs to deal with everything. Also, her story, I don't think she even knew or assumed that they would even get a hold of her Snapchat as evidence.
Yeah, I think she thought it was private because that's the whole thing where people keep fucking up. They think
they're seated. Thank you.
They think everything is private. It's not.
State anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. So we got a little bit of time here. Yeah, I think a lot of people think their Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter is private. We got into this talking about AI and the AI scraping, right? Like AI, you make something public, AI is going to scrape it, period, right? Whether you like it or not. And it's the kind of the same thing with posting stuff. Like that stuff is going to be turned over to law enforcement. Law enforcement can get their hands on it. Even if you post it as private, in many cases, they can even get their hands on it. So I think we're entering into the social media era where people get pretty brazen, and you really need to understand that like what you're posting out there and putting out there can be used against you. There are people that have sent private Snapchats, just a Snapchat between them and another person, and that ends up being used as evidence. So
Yeah,
You know.
and also it depends on the service too, because we don't know exactly fully what like Facebook, Twitter, on them what they do for like caching, but like I
Mhm.
know on the forums, it's like I know
Mhm.
Josh has the ability to go back and bring back deleted threads that have been deleted for like months or
Sure.
deleted conversations. So that stuff's around. Yeah, anytime you message someone or post something online, you got to take it with a grain of salt that somebody's probably going to be able to see it.
I
Sure.
think it's capped for like 7 years.
Something like that. Yeah, at least, I mean, around then. Anthony Bray became a new member. Also, Lenmar said, "Can I ask how the boyfriend got himself in the suitcase?" Also, kudos for such flexibility. I mean, I don't think he did get himself in the suitcase. And I think we're going to hear, especially when we hear the medical examiner and the people that saw him, that it's not possible for him to do that, right? I think we're going to hear some testimony from the prosecution on, like, could a person even do that themselves? Probably not, right? Practically, to put themselves in that suitcase.
Unless he's got like weird bruising on his body that she like beat him into it.
Well, that would be even worse, right? If she beat him into it. But I mean, she's culpable if she zipped the zipper. That's all they need. They don't need like her to fucking beat him. But if that's also the case where she beat him with a baseball bat, especially as he was trying to get out or in order to get him in there, if she was beating him into it, that would be it's over. I mean, it's fucking over at that point.
Yeah.
And not that it's not over already, but that would be beyond bad.
That's final nail.
Yeah. I mean, the jury was like, "Well, we've heard everything we need to hear." Right? The defense attorney was like, "You need to think they're innocent throughout the trial." No. They have the presumption of innocence, but the second you hear proof that proves it beyond a reasonable doubt, that switches to guilty. It's guilty. Right. Eric H says, Sarah Boone Google search history, how to put a passed out man in a suitcase, how to hide a body, how to avoid going to prison. I think some of that is real, where she did Google stuff. And if we get to that, that's going to be very damning, right? If she's got searches, if the reason why she didn't call 911, if she was literally knowing that she could go to prison and that she wanted to hide the body. Right. And I think,
especially at the timestamp is just before she woke up.
And I think that a lot of people think they're smart because they watched like the Dahmer documentary or whatever. They're like, "Oh my God, I love murder mysteries. I can get away with it. Like if I did it, I would create the perfect murder." You're not. You're not smart. You're not that clever, right? You'll end up like Chandler Halderson, right? Who tried to get rid of the body and ended up making a huge mess and getting convicted there. All right, let's watch Sarah Boone on Nick Arcade. This is kind of crazy.
You're finally there, Sarah. It's to hang out at the mall. Now, what do you do while you're just hanging at the mall, Sarah?
Well, check out guys and spend money.
Check out the dudes.
Check out guys and spend money. What do you do while you're at the mall? Check out guys and spend money. And she's literally there. I think this is our fucking husband, right?
Holy shit. Like parents' cash.
Mine.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, is that her husband, or is that just some other kid? I think it's just some other kid. I think maybe it's when she's really young.
Insane.
That's like the early 90s.
Inside of a file inside of a file. So when I try to open one of the files, all these different icons come up. So if I try to click on one, it says unavailable. So I keep trying to go to the next one, the next one, the next one.
I gotta get a link to that.
That's crazy. So going back, you've got the history of Sarah. Yeah, she's definitely young then, probably 17, 18, 16, whatever it was back then. That's a long time ago. That's a long, long time ago. 90s, baby. 90s, before everything was too crazy.
The best decade.
Yeah. So I think we're already seeing, and you guys can kind of already see where a lot of the testimony is contradicting and where this self-defense is just going to fall apart. And this is why I think a lot of attorneys didn't want to argue this, and they probably resigned because they're like, "Look, Sarah, this doesn't work for self-defense. Let's go a different tactic. Let's try something else. Let's try to gain their sympathy," right? Instead of going, this is self-defense. But it's a I think she wanted to dictate that strategy, and that's why she's fired the other attorneys. So we'll see how it plays out here. With the objections, people mentioned, why aren't they objecting? There's nothing to object to right now. So this is evidence that both sides are going to use. You can't really stop it. There's not any reasonable objection to it. The real witnesses, will there be objections, will be people that are experts that are coming to very specific conclusions. So for example, a lot of Sarah's stuff. So I imagine a lot of stuff, about battered wife syndrome, etc. That's where there's going to be a lot of objections. Also Sarah herself, when she gets on the stand, there'll be objections on direct, objections on cross. So I think when it gets to more controversial stuff, but this sort of, we're just entering into evidence, the video, you really can't contest it. There's not much to contest here. There really isn't. Drunken Finn for 5 says, Your Honor, my current drunkenness explains my past drunkenness. Sarah Boone. What's up, Aaron? Do you got something to say?
Wait,
what was that, Sparky? Sorry.
I know. Yeah, I know this much. If it wasn't for the Snapchat video and some of her contradicting testimony, it might be a valid defense. And I say might, if those two pieces weren't there. But with those two pieces of evidence, that I don't see it. I don't see it whatsoever, because the Snapchat video proves maliciousness, intent. It proves that she was trying to get back at him, and it's for some reason.
Like you
So
said,
I don't see it.
Like Andrew said earlier, if she thinks that she's smarter than she actually is, then she thinks that self-defense means defense of everything else prior.
Yeah, and that's what she's saying. Like, oh, it's self-defense of my trauma of being traumatized, and it's like, well, no, that's, you don't defend against that, and that's some sort of that. And I think that's where it gets a little political with the this is the cycle of male trauma, and everything that comes out of this is okay, but it gets to, okay, well, hold on, we're applying the law equally here, right? So if I could say, or anybody could say, hey, you traumatized me, therefore I can kill you in self-defense whenever I want because of my history of trauma, that's a really bad legal standard. Then you can pretty much kill people willy-nilly, because you can say, well, you've been traumatizing me, right? You've been exercising XYZ power, right? Yeah, toxic masculinity made me do it. It's a slippery slope, and it's pretty much get out of jail free, right? And I am not a fan of going down that road of allowing a history, even a long history, right, to justify killing someone. However, if it was a situation like false imprisonment and you need to kill somebody to get out or something like that, that's different, right? That's a different scenario factually, and it's not BWS. Or if it's a situation where that they get drunk and they physically assault you, and you're defending yourself from that physical assault, that's different, right? But just saying, okay, I'm a traumatized person in general, and therefore I get to kill whoever I want when I want, or I get to kill a person when I want now. Hold on.
That's the goodbye all defense from the chick son.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well then I can just do whatever crimes I want, right? And by the way, it's not supposed to just apply to one gender. It's supposed to apply to both. But it's mislabeled as BWS, when really it should be BSS, battered spouse syndrome, right? Because there, in fact, are a lot of men who are also abused, right? I worked in North Carolina in a small town, and there was one elderly woman who beat the shit out of her husband, and we were always having to respond to it. I went there with the police even once, and it was sad because he was so embarrassed by it and everything else. But he'd have black eyes and bruises and everything else. But that's also a pattern of abuse, right? So
yeah, I saw one video recently where a woman claimed that she was being beaten by her husband, and then she didn't realize that her living room had a CCTV. And it exposed her actually beating him. And when the cops went to go see him, he didn't want to report anything. But it wasn't up to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I worked for the volunteer fire department for my town for like 10 years. I've seen a lot of domestic abuse, and it comes on all sides.
Yeah, Yeah, it can happen on every single side. So so I'm for like reframing that, but once again, it's still a slippery slope to say, hey, there's a pattern of abuse. And it can go, once again, imagine it going the other way, right? Imagine that happening to a man who said, look, I've been abused for a long time. Maybe they're abused as a child, or abused in prison, or abused in school, or abused as part of their extracurriculars and sports, right? By a scoutmaster, whatever the hell it was. And they say, you know, okay, well, I killed somebody, but it's because of my pattern of abuse. Even if that abuse originated with other people, it's a very slippery. Very slippery. Yeah, Junie's okay. She had to run an errand, so she'll be back. Don't worry. She did send a picture of her little kitty, right? I can flash that here. Apparently, where is it? Here's the cat that was meowing in the background. So she was kind enough to send that. But yeah, that's the best opening statement there underneath the covers. But good stuff. We'll be back here in 1 second. Let me pop this back on. It looks like there's already some motion in the courtroom, so that'll be back on in a second.
No pun intended.
Yeah. And some people asked, I saw in the chat, people were asking, aren't there palm trees in Florida? There are palm trees in Florida. However, and there was a palm tree in the background there. There was just one. Palm trees are expensive. They also tend to die because of this Phoenix virus, or like Phoenix disease, which was killing palm trees, right? I think it was called, Texas Phoenix palm decline, or lethal bronzing disease, LBD, right? It spread through a lot of palms. So a lot of places I worked in Central Florida while this was happening, actually, when she was arrested. I think I was even almost still there. And it's a big problem. So they're trying to reduce in a lot of those complexes, especially the cheap ones, like where she was. That was a cheaper complex. They were trying to reduce the amount of palms because they end up costing a ton of money to replace. So they end up, just having other stuff, whether it's azaleas or whatever the hell else up there, to replace those. Yeah, it's a pretty bad thing, and it's like palm COVID, and it just murders. Absolutely murders palms. And they'll get some expensive ones too. The problem is that a lot of the palms that you see in Florida are actually not the native palms, they're the imported palms, because they look prettier than the native palms. So they are more susceptible to disease and often bring in disease. So fun facts as a Floridian.
Miss our Florida Man streams with Gosney.
Florida Man stream, baby. Florida Man stream. And I love how everyone's like, do Florida people all have weird haircuts? Yes. Yes. That is correct. Florida people all have weird haircuts. It's absolutely accurate. It's hot. You got to have a adaptable haircut.
I don't want to side tangent a little bit, but this also has like long lasting effects, stuff like this with like this trial, because then you start having people advocate for, suitcases need to have an inside zipper so where you can unzip, get out of them. If I remember right, there's like cases where people trapped in trunks of cars, and that's where a lot of manufacturers start pulling the escape pull rope inside the trunks.
So somebody mentioned, like, can they sue the suitcase? First of all, it's an old suitcase, right? So I don't think like an old suitcase, the manufacturer is going to be able to say, look, was this caused by the design of the suitcase? No. Was it worn down just based on natural wear and tear? Yes. Right. Was it manifestly made in a way that is dangerous? Well, no, because you don't normally live inside a suitcase, right? Now, could they change it? I do agree with you. Could some manufacturers say, you know what, we want to prevent this from happening, so we're going to add an inside zipper, right? I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happen.
Well, because there's always got to be somebody who's going to try to litigate that, and it's like, it was Remington that killed my kids. It wasn't the person who pulled the trigger. It was Remington.
Right. Which is why they added that immunity, but because people would just sue the gun companies into oblivion, right? Because they would always sue them. They would automatically sue them, and it would cost money even to get it dismissed. That would cost a bunch of money. So that's why they had to get the immunity for that particular industry. But I mean, same thing, if you were just everyone's suing over suitcases, right? Because I'm sure, look, like a child might try to lock themselves inside, right? A smaller child, or they would lock their brother or sister inside. So is it something that might be put there? Maybe like a ripcord or something in the beginning, in the inside. But also, would you know where that ripcord is, or that it exists, or what the function is? Right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true too. I know there are some suitcases that do have that, but
Also, Danielle makes a good point. The trunk thing was also for people getting kidnapped and small children playing in the trunk.
Yep, that's kind of the basis why I brought that up at.
Yeah, when you're getting cartelled, that's a. Wouldn't the companies wait till the law is passed? Otherwise, it would be viewed as guilt. No, you can. No. Companies can proactively do it. Yeah, at this point, it wouldn't happen. Look at those shackles.
Nice accessories.
Yeah, they're pink though. Pink handcuffs.
I was gonna say.
See that? They're fucking pink. They're cute though.
Maybe like a cost risk analysis as far as like how much it will cost to alter the zipper versus how much you're going to pay out in settlements.
Yeah, they do that. No, they actually do that. They do a benefit analysis of, okay, what's the cost versus the lawsuit, and a lot of times they're like, you know what, we'll pay the lawsuit. The lawsuit's fine, because they say, look, we looked at the numbers and it's just not worth it. It's just simply not worth it. That's like Fight Club, right? Then with the Fight Club and Thank You for Smoking as well, where they talk about that kind of cost risk analysis in these kind of death industries, right? Car accidents, etc. Right? Changing the part is more expensive than settling the lawsuit.
Yeah,
it's sad. Now, if you're caught actually knowingly doing that, where something is dangerous and you allow it to ride out anyways, that could be where you get hit for punitive damages. That's how McDonald's got hit for the hot coffee, because they knew their coffee was a dangerous temperature and they did it anyways, because they said, hey, cost risk analysis, we're not going to get punished. And that's when they got hit with that. And that coffee that burned that poor old lady, people think it was minor. It went straight to her bone. Like you could see her bone. That's how hot it was. How scalding it was. Crazy.
I think you covered it, didn't you?
Yes, I've covered that. I've talked about that a couple times, where I've talked about that case, because it's one where the media gaslit everybody into believing that it was minor, and it's really really fucked up. Like I think I showed the picture even once, and it's gross.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
Jackie Owens for the state.
I'll be-
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone is still seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and stand, and we can bring back in our panel.
As a jury member, it felt really weird for everyone to stand for me.
Well, the thing is, I actually got a jury summons from my local area that I gotta go register for like a 3-month period.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Black suit and page boy haircut.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you
Let's
recognize
see
our
along.
jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, again, if you could please raise your hand, showing that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. All right, the record reflect all jurors have raised their hands. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Deputy John Martinez.
I do.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Deputy John Martinez, JOHNMARTINZ.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated. Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Oh man, he's got a booming voice.
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department.
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
About 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the sheriff's office, tell us what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
Oh, SRO. He's an SRO.
Is continuing training a condition of your employment with the sheriff's office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Miss Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
I wonder if he has body cam. Or maybe we'll just get photos.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Now we're getting to the body as it was found.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
Tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification. as
We may get to see this.
Any objections? No objection. What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, can you dim the lights?
Oh, here we go.
Wrong button.
Scuffed. Okay, let's see what we see here. If it's blurred. There's
The court
Sarah, I think, coming right there, right?
The court camera has been blurring their camera whenever it comes on.
Oh, they're all in there already. Okay, so.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Y'all know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So we're gonna go to the prosecutor's office and they'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away within an 80 turn.
The heart stops beating until it starts to settle. And this becomes very,
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, you have all these evidences, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notification, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in time, but that you.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional, like.
She's trying to prove the law. Oh my God. Holy
It's
fuck.
not intentional. I can't breathe. Serves you right.
Holy shit.
What you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out. Yeah, this age, no real medical history that we know of. For those who have passed away, we come out.
I know, yeah.
We come out to an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out, this is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out, we're just here to give you the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that the family
I
want.
really want to see my son. I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else have you to show up or wait here that needs to be here? My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready to do it yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take the photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, and you go and do that.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
You have to.
Is that a question?
Our investigation is pretty much complete here. Once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, we'll know. I'm not gonna just go and do it without you knowing, you'll know. Talk to you about it, anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what are you just telling us? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
You told me, we know about them. You told me something.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning. And hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Their number, they can contact them, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that we're still.
They're gonna think that we okay. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them.
Right before
Even after I
COVID.
purged him numerous times, he wasn't there to see his family.
Right before COVID.
He had to pull her off me one time. Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight? Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I have another one that's in jail. Unless one of the Marine local, no. Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine he's doing. But the only way.
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He does not. He used my phone. He used your
Yeah, the sheriff. So the only place I could go is over to Brown House. I don't think I have a problem with it. So,
Well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here if you're not feeling safe. And then we're like,
and then so I in Philadelphia.
well, she's in Philadelphia because
There's gotta be a funeral.
right. That you're talking like days and no, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long.
I know. So
I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe. Right?
please. I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water. Give us a few minutes. Let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you. I promise. Okay?
Let them know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in there?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there. Right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take care of it. I have relief coming, so just stay there.
Someone asked, did she cry? No, she hasn't cried at all yet. Drunken Fist says, does the jury have to wait until all the testimony and court things, or can they just go, fucking shit, she's guilty? No, they have to wait. They have to sit through it all. So even if the jury makes up their mind right away, they have to sit through it all.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
They cannot speed it up.
Let's be released.
Yeah, Sean.
They
Thank
can
you,
just
sir. Release
angrily
not subject
put their
to
vote
recall.
down
Thank you.
later.
And the purpose of that witness was solely to get in that evidence. And they're just building more footage, That's because the defense did not allow them to enter into this
Statement,
evidence.
call your next witness.
They didn't allow them to stipulate to this evidence, which makes the trial longer. I hope I will never do jury duty. Can you imagine? This is an exciting trial. Most trials are not this exciting and just as slow, if not slower.
Yeah, like I said, I got a summons for jury duty in my area. So I got to register in within 3 months. Yeah.
Garfield's Bizarre Adventure for 5 says, I really want to see the body cam footage of Nick Recato throwing his search warrant paper on the floor at temper tantrum. We'll see it at trial, which looks like we may get. So we'll wait for that.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
This is CSI, literal CSI.
Process evidence or process the scene. Can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the sheriff's office, as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing, as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with a detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
Where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you look at these photographs?
This is where we have problems when boomers try to find evidence. He's gonna like look at his Rolodex. Also, a moment of silence for Angela. Her feet will no longer grace us today.
They found out.
Moment of silence.
You think the
So
judge would get, antsy because you're supposed to have this stuff marked out already?
No,
Your Honor, may I
they're
approach
used
the
to going
witness who's
slow.
been marked for identification as states M and been shown to defense?
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as states M. Can you take a look at the contents of state M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within states M? Do you recognize the contents of states M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of state M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as states M will be received into evidence without objection as states 8.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, could we have the lights dimmed?
Yes.
I am liking all this footage. It is nice to finally get some visuals. Although I wish the audio was better. The audio is so fucking bad.
Well, at least it's not as bad as Ocean Gate little investigation that they did. That mic audio was just terrible.
I mean,
The worst
anything's better than
investigation was we investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong.
I don't know if I've ever watched a court case where we actually tap directly into the audio system.
And I'm first going to publish to you as part of states M picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
We're doing a projector. Jesus Christ.
It's an Elmo.
This is the technology level we're dealing with the courts.
A projector.
Oh, and this is an old
This is
school
also
one
the front door of the
too.
residence, just a closer image to the door.
Bro, Google Photos is free.
This is a flashback to middle school. Like the
I
last time I
know,
was doing this
right?
project was middle school.
Yeah.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front?
It's called taxes. They're not spent
That would
well.
be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as states 11.
Old.
Yes, so this,
I had one of those in my science class. That was like 2004.
this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you states 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen. And there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
I mean, it is a little bit nostalgic. I do miss the simpler days of like the, middle school. But
Showing you from states composite.
I don't know if I want nostalgia in my courtroom, right?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
that cactus, though, that's a weird fucking cactus. I'm not gonna lie.
Someone in chat made a good point. At least they can't argue pixels in this one.
Yes, enhance.
True.
And I
No
thought
pixel
Kenosha's
measures.
courtroom. No. Welcome to Florida, motherfuckers.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
It's just for completeness.
Yeah, you have to show it all. Like the rule of completeness, and also they're just trying to give them an idea of what looks like inside.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine
Oh,
bottles
those are
on the
big
top of
wine
the
bottles.
trash.
Those are
I see
fucking
2.
Giant wine bottles.
Those are empty.
Yes.
I only had a bottle though.
Yeah, a bottle. Yeah, only had a bottle. Bottles this big.
Photo 25.
It's a fucking magnum.
These are those same wine bottles
Bottle of
and
Dragon's
3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to know what brand that is. Can you guys tell what brand that is? It's probably too flushed out.
Chat, do your thing.
Autism, go.
Actually, hang on. I'm gonna let my ADHD do the talking. Give me a minute.
Go.
Wow. Yeah, it's always better to be more complete than anything else,
Woodbridge?
'cause that's-
Someone said Woodbridge.
I was gonna say, didn't the prosecutor get knocked for not giving all the evidence in the Alex
This is
Baldwin
just
trial?
in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
Woodbridge, it's cheap. Okay. Yeah, that's cheap as fuck.
Photo 35 from the composite.
It's close to boxed wine.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase
Oh, they're
in
not
the
gonna
bottom
show
corner
us.
of the photograph.
They're not showing us.
The most they
They're
showed
not
was the
showing
feet
us the
earlier.
picture. Yeah.
So the alcohol content for that type of wine is about 14%.
14%?
Photo 36.
14%. 11.5 to 14.
They're panning
This
away.
is another photograph in the living room. This is
There's the
that wall
Publix
we saw in the
link, by the
kitchen
way.
there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
The bat.
Baseball bat collected
Yeah, too graphic for TV. Yeah.
Yes, it was.
You can't put that on YouTube. And they know they're streaming this to YouTube.
It's not like
Oh,
a
I
Rottweiler
just
days.
I saw it in the corner though. I saw the
The
body.
corner.
I saw the top corner. I saw the body on the photo.
I was gonna say I seen
Inadvertent.
legs earlier.
It's inadvertent.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room.
I can show that.
Just
yeah.
the other side of the room.
So the kid chair.
Yeah, I'm like, did they have kids or like nieces or nephews?
They had a boy
Yeah, he
who's
was 9
now
at the time.
14, so he's be 9 then. Yeah.
So I guess they kept the chair.
Yeah, I guess.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Is that a big bottle of like Disaronno or something? Yeah, where are you playing hide and seek? In the
I
whole
just saw the
apartment.
comment.
In the whole apartment, where the fuck are you playing hide and seek? There's nowhere to hide.
Photograph 45.
No wonder she went through so many lawyers.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
You can kind of see when they take it off too.
That's what she said.
I meant the photo.
Go wait. Their feeders went off.
I showed you, and Junie, while you were gone, I showed your kitty.
Oh, they
This is
showed
a
little kitty.
close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Well, they can show that without the body in it, right? You saw his head?
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
It looks like the pull things on the zipper broke off.
Photograph 51.
Yep.
This is a close-up
Yep, the tab is
picture
gone.
of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be
There we go.
a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper.
The zipper was a murder weapon.
The true murder weapon.
Quick, someone give it to Riddick.
This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52.
It's an open and shut case.
Yes, a grown man is not getting in there unaided. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
cannot
this is
escape
an
from
op-
that. Yes.
53.
This is
Fucking
an open
death
and
trap.
shut suitcase.
The close-up image of that same zipper.
Oh,
There's
no,
also
you're-
no
Like
zipper.
double.
Bro, you're not opening that from the inside. There's no fucking way.
It's double.
It's like double zip.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Yeah, this is severe torture too. Yes.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and
Wait, she zipped her zun
blood
her
inside
son
the
up in this
suitcase.
before?
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
That means he was injured while he was in there.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
He did say blood was coming out of his mouth during the 911 call.
58 from the composite.
Does asphyxiation cost that?
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared
Drain
to be
breathing
silver
good.
multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Steve, you'd have to request it specifically. They're not just going to publish it publicly out there. But yes, it is obtainable, but you got to go through extra hoops.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
I'm putting it like this. I'm 6'7" and 220 pounds. There's no way I'm fitting in that thing.
He was like 103.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Very lengthy
That
guy.
is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composites.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Did this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Never auto clock. That's completely made up on TV.
Photo 90 from the composite.
Or Ace Attorney.
This is the bed within the bedroom.
It's much slower. That's why all those courtroom dramas aren't real.
I will say, when you see someone clap back though in the court, you notice it, and it's really funny.
It stands out. It stands out because it's exceptional. It's not normal.
Then they make a mod for Ace Attorney and going, "Don't get brazen with me."
Don't get brazen with me. I love that.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This
Yes,
is the
she's back.
bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify an article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record so reflect.
That'll probably be in bad taste from now on.
You forced my hand.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Oh, not flattering
Why is it
photo.
that you were photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
I'll just make the noises. Dun, 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 dun.
You also document the rest of her body as well at that time.
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Oh no.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
It's like every body part.
And her left hand facing downward.
No, Matlock is not a documentary. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Drunken Ben.
107.
For two.
This would be of her right arm.
People saying I'm not taking this seriously, bro. Defense isn't taking this seriously.
Left
What are
arm.
you saying?
The defense was taking this seriously. They seriously consider a plea deal or try to.
They had an offer. They had an
Right
offer.
arm with it facing upward.
Yeah, I know.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well, in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as state C and been shown to defense?
You may.
The wine bottles.
Oh, the wine bottles.
I bet ain't fancy. I bet ain't fancy wine bottles.
Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yeah, from what Jenny found,
Yes.
each bottle is
You
750
recognize that
milliliters. They
Yes, I
hold
do.
5 glasses.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
What's the name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of States C and look at it to yourself?
We gotta put on our gloves.
Here comes
Yeah.
the cardboard crinkle.
Oh, she's an expert with those gloves. You can tell. She's ready.
I'm so ready.
You're still ready for the bottle?
I'm so invested.
Whoa, this is like with the Johnny Depp case. Like, did the bottle fit?
This is.
They had
Listen, they're gonna bring out the suitcase, and it's gonna be my Kate Moss moment.
The suitcase is it's the key evidence. It's a mega pint. Yep. Those who get that
Yeah.
joke from Johnny Depp days. Also, oh no, I got that one already. Gotcha.
Well, we only got to see the bottles in the trash can on the counter. We haven't got to see them compared to next to a person. But 750 milliliters, that's a lot.
As big as her head.
Sure, just out of view from the corner.
She takes a swig and then it's like, oh yeah, here it is. No.
I predict Whitehaven's gonna have a disclaimer on the site: do not drink around suitcases.
It's 5 years old, so it's aged a bit.
What is the contents of State C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as State C will be received into evidence as States 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Bubble wrap.
God, those are huge.
See, I want to see. Show them.
Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, I want to see him whip them out. You know. Oh, that bubble wrap. That fucking bubble wrap.
Ooh,
Little Onion member for 1 month said it takes me like 5 minutes to put on the gloves. Me too. Me too. I cannot put on gloves easily.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Woodbridge.
Whoa.
Damn.
Woodbridge. Bro.
Oh wait, those are Woodbridge, not Whitehaven. Hang on, let me look.
Not
I can
Whitehaven,
go.
Woodbridge.
I can go snag the Woodbridge listing though, real quick. That's easy.
Yeah. You
Yes,
have
I want to see it
Whitehaven.
whipped out. Yes.
Phrasing.
Oh, just a bottle of wine. Just a little
Why
bottle
is
of wine.
Why does this remind me of Miss Kobayashi when she had the bottle of Dragon Slayer?
Yeah, no, that's a 1.5
You
liter
also had
bottle.
occasion to collect the
1.5 liters.
Yes, I did.
I'd like 3
Yeah,
soda
that's
bottles.
more than a mega pint.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states
Oh,
B. and
come
Charles
on.
did
That's just
defense.
low.
Ma'am, I'm showing you.
Oh, is that the bat?
As states B.
That's the
Just
bat.
take a look at this item.
We're getting the bat.
Get the slugger out.
It's like unwrapping Christmas presents.
Except for murder.
Do you recognize?
We're
this
gonna
item?
get the suitcase.
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected.
That's the
from
puppy.
living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
And it also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, could you open states B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
We gotta go from mega pints to 2 gigapints.
What if that's her son's bat?
Yeah, I explained that to the son.
Oh, if I see someone being Sarah Boone for Halloween, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
No. There's somebody just carrying around a suitcase.
Suitcase, a baseball bat, and look like a really totally angry
No.
animal.
And a bottle of wine. And a 1.5
Yes.
liter bottle of wine.
Oh my gosh, you go trick or
actually-
treating. The suitcase is the pail. Trick or treat.
It's a morbid as fuck costume.
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states B into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, that looks small. to me
Blood
because
dripping
of
out of the suitcase. Yeah.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as states 10 without objection.
Oh, she's cooked. She's been cooked, but she's like cooked.
Mr. Apple says, it was the bottles, Your Honor. They murdered him. For 2. And Cindy Collecting for 5 says, my limited medical experience is screaming at me right now. She's touching everything with her gloves. Yeah, but I mean, this isn't medical, right? So I get it, right? This is more evidentiary and more so she doesn't, scuff it up or anything else like that. It's not,
you may.
She's not doing surgery here. But I get what you're saying. And I understand what you're thinking.
I think she has like a little bit of a ledge right there to like cut, and I wonder if that has like a thing on top of it to like sterilize so that it doesn't like touch the contaminated surface. There it is.
There's the bat.
Yeah, that looks like a genius baseball bat, not a.
It's like a kid's bat, like right? It's like
Yeah,
not full
yeah.
size,
Oh yeah, you can't touch it. Remember, else that's contaminated.
Can't touch
The
this.
bloody bat.
I didn't see any blood on it though.
You
Maybe I'm
also
just
had an
blind. I have my
occasion
glasses on right now.
To
We'll see,
collect
we'll
the
see.
Suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
Oh, wow.
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
How? How did he get in there?
This time made the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Oh.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go, boys. And ferret. Boys and ferret. Gotta be inclusive, man.
My box is bigger than that one.
Ma'am, I'm showing you
My boxes
what's
have
been
macaroni
marked
and
for
holes to
identification
breathe.
as states A.
I'm sure your box is
Tell
large,
me, do
Jimmy.
you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
OMG, it's Christmas.
What's in the box?
How is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agent's case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Reincarnated as a suitcase, worst guy ever.
I was gonna say next light novel.
I'm not
My
writing it.
wife suffocated me in the suitcase and I reincarnated it into it.
As a suitcase.
I'd die if that actually happens.
I've seen bigger. Well, let's see if she reacts when she sees it, because the jury's going to be looking at her, right? And they're looking for remorse. Or
You're so true.
they're
I wish we
watching
could
it.
see her face.
Yeah, I'm looking at. She's talking to her attorney right now.
What is
Now, she
inside
turned
of
around
the
just a
states
second
A?
ago.
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as states 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish states A to the jury.
You may.
Here we go.
Here we go.
There it is.
There it is.
It's not even wrapped in
God,
plastic.
it's so small.
It doesn't even go up to an upper thigh,
Open the
Holly.
inside of it.
Come on.
Look at it.
Oh my gosh, she's
to
struggling.
open it.
I bet anything. That's
That
probably
is
why they're showcasing it.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting.
That's a demonstrative. Right
That's a
there.
twist.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
real
she's
damning
struggling.
evidence.
She's struggling. The jury is seeing that.
And they can also demonstrate even if she wasn't drunk. So Boone probably would have had trouble opening it too. Neglect.
And he was in there.
He was inside that. Yeah, I mean, how, bro? How? I don't fucking know. Honestly. Will someone recreate the scenes? I don't know. We'll see what they do with
How easy is it to operate the
body.
the zipper?
Yeah, there we go.
Suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
Oh,
It's
Mic
over,
drop.
bros.
Mic drop. It's over.
I have no additional questions.
Yeah, that's it. That's what you meant.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's perfect.
Just
Any
let him
cross-examination?
see.
Place to end.
Just let him
Perfect
see.
place to end.
I got what I needed. That's it.
Good afternoon.
I want to see what this dude says.
Examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody and what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
So you did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the
Yes.
blood?
She's talking to the
either
jury.
Within the suitcase or the suitcase itself.
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that.
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the back. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative
Really?
decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective. So did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
They haven't
Sustained.
stated that, did they?
It's the same. Yeah,
Can you
they
repeat the
skipped ahead.
question?
If I can
He's getting
remember
too
that.
aggressive.
Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone. Is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
Someone tells me this is beyond
No.
scope.
Yeah, they're letting it go. It doesn't matter. It's
Maybe
like this attempt
You
to
have
impeach us.
significant experience with zippers.
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Are you gonna make her a
Nothing could
zipper
happen
expert?
Hey, really?
Whether or not
Are you
the zipper is
fucking kidding me?
stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
you testified under
Are you
arrest.
serious?
The zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
No way.
That was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect exam.
What is it? They literally were trying to disqualify her as a non-zipper expert. This is the stupidest shit.
What am I watching?
I use a zipper on my pants every day.
Documented,
Shut up.
The entirety of the house.
Zippergate 2024.
Yes.
They have
Everyone in
nothing.
the house,
They absolutely have
They were
nothing.
all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
Oh, God damn.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed. No.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of
She
damage
fires her
to the
lawyer. She has
walls.
no one left. She's been through 8 of them.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her.
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yeah.
Help for
Can this witness be
5.
released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Legally Minded, just want to let you know if you ever need a zipper expert, I'm here as the paid professional witness. Oh, thank you. You're an expert. Wow, it's so rare to use a zipper in 2024. It's just, I don't know where you see zippers. They're so fucking rare. They're such a rare Pokemon. Also says for 5, in order to prove a human male can fit in there, we shall now place the paralegal inside and leave them for the next 8 hours. No!
Oh, no.
No, paralegal, no. Don't do it. Oh,
I'm
God.
going to say the prosecution has this case all zipped up now.
Was that you, Sparky? That was you, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Sparky's had some issues now. We're gonna have to say bye to Sparky for no. That I mean, sometimes, guys, this is why I watch these trials and I see their shit.
Thank you so much
and
for
I'm
your
like,
attention in this
what
matter.
the
It is
fuck are you doing?
4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening.
Oh, nice. So that's today.
Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the
They're
deliberation
not going to
room
get paid
where
for
you are
their
released
jobs.
for the
It
day.
sucks.
I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. I thank you for your sacrifice and your service.
Because it actually is a sacrifice. They're not getting paid while they're here, most likely.
Yeah.
So they're most likely getting
Oh,
fucked.
does Florida not get like juror pay for this type of stuff?
It's fucking de minimis. It's garbage. They did, yeah. It's not good. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
it exists, but it's not good. It's not good.
In New York, it's $40 a day, and I didn't get paid for my last time I was there.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
That's
I
very
was
common.
trying to hop in the
Y'all may be
minute.
seated.
I was
Thank you.
saying-
State, anything else we need to discuss?
I'll say it later.
Defense. All right, thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21. We're off the record.
There we go. That's day one, and we're got until Monday. Good job, guys. We made it 8 fucking hours, boys. Real quick, Bologna Bond for 5 says, Your Honor, we have some questions for that suitcase.
You know, I just want to say something earlier for my last joke. I'm not
Sure.
sorry. I'm not apologizing.
Good. Okay, not Asmongold. Speaking of which, on locals, they Veggie Han said maybe the defense should have zipped their lips. Gulgar says you should bring Kirsha on when the Colorado stabbing goes to trial. Colorado stabbing? Are you mean the Idaho one or Colorado? Like, anyways, I'm happy to have Kirsha on. She's a good friend of the channel, and if she wants to come on anytime, she can. She can come on for this trial. She can come on for any trial, really. You know, so other creators are allowed on. I know we'll extend some invites out there to other folks to pop on and jump in. And I want to say thank you once again to Aaron, to Sparky, to Junie for joining today, because they were really awesome to hang out with and keep me company and sane during all of this.
Thanks for having
So
me.
thank you guys very, very much.
Yeah, Akko, bro. I see you over there.
It's crazy, right? It's crazy.
Seeing
Let's
that
see.
suitcase was like Christmas.
I mean, and then you see how small it is. Like that
And then
woman,
you
and
saw
she's
her
not
struggle to
tall.
open it.
Well, yeah, and them trying to impeach her on that is so stupid, because when you do something like that, the jury is going to be like, "Are you serious? Are you serious right now?" They're probably all wearing something because they're in court, and jurors typically dress like decent, right? So they're wearing something that's probably got a zipper on it, whether it's shorts or pants, right, or a skirt, whatever else. So it's like, yeah, we all know when a zipper is stuck. You don't need to be a certified expert to know when a fucking zipper is stuck. It's obvious. I've been trying to make that argument. Also, oh, what's up, Elsmire Eva? What's going on?
Oh, bro. We'll see.
Your internet all right? Hold on. Did you kill Junie?
I am so
brought you
sorry.
down?
I
I'm
literally
here.
just sat down and all of this happened all at once. How's it going?
No, it's all good. We had to sacrifice the blood of one VTuber to summon another.
No, I'm here. We're good.
We're good. No, it's good to have you here. I know you were like 7 hours late, but it's all good. Had you heard about this case before?
Come on, Ava's internet. Come on.
I have. I actually heard it through Emily D. Baker, and I believe you covered a couple of the instances as well.
Yes, I did. Yeah, Emily D. Baker definitely would have talked about it because she talks about every single trial out there. And then I know I've talked about this a long time, like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I'm like, okay, we're doing it, because it finally happened after 5 fucking years.
I've seen. Okay. I mean, at least it's finally day one. Jeez, 5 years. 5 years. I forgot this video has been. I mean, that video is horrifying when you see the whole thing.
It's horrifying. And we played it during the break, and it'll be played during trial. But I played it for everyone's, just viewing pleasure. And I mean, everyone was dead silent. Even the chat was dead silent during it. I mean, and once again,
I came in right at the end with the zippers. Word were they asking them about zippers? I came right in at the end of that.
Did you believe they were going to try to qualify her as a zipper
Zippergate.
expert?
Oh.
I can't believe that. Like I've seen a lot of ridiculous
wow,
shit,
a zipper expert. I mean, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, potato internet.
Make it. But
Come
let me
on.
get this one real quick. Semi-eclectic for 2 says, would you say it's a 740 an hour, jurors? Yes.
3. Here we go.
Oh,
No,
oh,
Ava! Ava, no!
We're famously bad internet.
No!
Oh, poor girl.
I
Poor
vouch for
girl.
Ava. I love Ava. Ava's great.
Mama
Ava's
Akko
good.
says for 2. I've been editing, but I heard this one was crazy one. Yeah, I'll you know, Mama, if you want to come on one time, I'll send you an invite. You can jump on one time to do a watch with me. I want to try to rotate the cast of characters here so we get different folks on each time to kind of come in. There we go.
There you go. Ava's back.
Famous internet.
That was my bad. I have all my hotkeys for my different settings and faces on F4 and F5, and I refreshed the browser.
Oh, that'll do it.
Professional gentleman said, need to add not a zipper expert to your ticker. Yes, I'll add that to my band. Hold on. I got
the rolling.
Hold on.
Scrolling
Not
banner.
a zipper expert.
Listen,
Okay.
in
perfect.
California, you have to go through what's known as Zipper School. It's a 3-year course program, 20 hours a week.
In order to qualify.
In order to qualify.
Drunken Finn says legally minded. I'm gonna
In
ban
order
you
to
from my chat
qualify,
next time you call me
200
legally minded.
Yeah.
It says I'm getting more drunk because you said Matlock is not a documentary. You zipper using hack. Okay, you're banned, Drunken Finn. You're banned.
Oh no. Dude.
Barking Serious says, how many lawyers are allowed to reject their case before they can force one on her? If they do, is there any incentive for not losing? You cannot be forced to take a lawyer.
If
If
lawyers keep like denying her, she just has to represent herself.
Yes.
They almost forced her pro se.
Wasn't she supposed to?
She was going to go pro se.
It's very rare for her. Well, here's the thing. She went through all of her lawyers, and she actually had one filed to go. Like basically told her she couldn't. He couldn't work with her. Like it was way too difficult.
Mm-hmm. Multiple said that. She went through 9 lawyers total. So this is a end of a long road. And as was put out there by Icky on, and we read through it earlier. You know, I think some of you may have missed it, but here it is. Here's the ad. It's on my X. This was the Sarah Boone ad.
Looking for a prosperous
Right here.
challenge? Ready for your close up on national television? Are you zealous with the side of
Invest
cake?
in the oppressed. And it's like, no, how about you fucking pay me? Right? Like, I'm
Please.
not investing in you. How about you fucking pay me?
And then it's her corrections number. Sarah Boone, 2000.
Did she actually make this? Like,
She
is
made
that
this.
actually hers?
She made this. She fucking made this. And this
Anchor
old
chart.
fucker that's her defense attorney hired her based off finding this.
I'm amazed.
crazy.
I've never seen anything like this. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I
She
didn't
should
mean
have
to
become
curse.
a
My gosh.
teacher. She should have become a teacher with these anchor chart skills.
I mean, I like the stars, but it's still
Needs more pictures. Needs more
Well,
visual examples.
she
It is
had a lot
better
of
than what
time.
Ninja can do.
Well, there's enough room to draw a suitcase.
It's true. It's true. This is better than a Niji AR live, so that's true. That's very true.
So true, actually.
She put more time and effort into it. Nisanatic says that felt like they were that they felt this was compelling explains a lot. Yep. Yeah. So just want to say, yeah, we'll be back on Monday, guys, with this. Obviously, no court on the weekends. So we're actually going very fast. And that actually is good news. So what I imagine is we'll get through some of the witnesses, most of the witnesses on probably for prosecution on Monday and Tuesday. Okay. So we'll probably get through most of the prosecution witnesses on Monday and Tuesday, and then we'll probably get into defense. I imagine we'll even start defense as early as Wednesday or Thursday next week. So that's really good news for the speed of the trial. It's looking like they're moving forward really quickly. They're not doing a ton of bullshit objections. Really, I haven't heard a single objection to really any of this. There's been some meeting at the bar, is coming up to the judge and talking. That's fine, but there haven't been any vocal objections. So
Because there's nothing to object.
Exactly. The evidence is very unoffensive, right?
Except zipper expert, apparently.
Now, someone in my local said, how about bra straps? Bra straps are different. That does take a certain amount of expertise for a bra strap, I will say. I mean, I think we can.
I mean,
think,
hey, listen. Sometimes those zippers are hard to get through.
Yeah, we can qualify experts for that, for sure. Yeah, and let me and Ava, I'm gonna put your channel in the description. I've got your YouTube channel, but I think I've also got your Twitter, so your X. So I'll add that to the description as well. And I'll put that out there right now. So thanks for joining me as well. And you've got a legal background, right?
No.
When it's not lagging.
Yeah, I should be able to actually. Yes, I do. I passed the bar via reading of the law in California.
Awesome.
It was 4 years of really tough work.
Yeah, California bar is one of the hardest in the whole United States. It has the lowest passage rate. So that's actually really awesome that you passed. So congratulations on that. All right. So, Shiori's feather quill, Trayson for 2 says.
And now I'm like, if I want to start practicing law again, I'm probably going to do one of the other states because California is insane.
Yeah, they're insane communists. Yes, I agree with that. Is Pecора's monkey a zipper expert too? Listen. I don't think they're going to be calling the stand. However, the fact that Sarah Boone is taking the stand is going to be a monkey show in and of itself.
That's so sad I won't get to be there because next week we go back to school.
Oh no,
so I won't be able
you
to
gotta
be
work.
there. I have to work for a living that.
Yeah, this will be my probably only time coming on to during the daytime. So
yeah, appreciate that, but I appreciate you guys making it when you can make it.
I'll catch her during lunch or during conference or something, and I'll pray that she's on the stand.
I should be able to handle Monday. What time do they start trial over there again?
They start at Eastern time.
Jeez, a full 8 hours is pretty nuts.
Eastern time, 9 a.m. Yeah, well, think about for me, that's like 8 p.m. my time. So right now it's 4 a.m. So
are you like marathoning all of this?
Oh yeah, that's what we do during trials. See, this is where lawyers have to be hardcore, is during trials, like Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, everything else. So whenever these trials start, we pull out all the punches, and this is our crazy time. This is our
it's like me during election season.
Yes, except for potentially up to 2 weeks. So
you'll pull all-nighters all the time. Like we're talking, you're up for sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3.
And this is just watching the trial. Imagine being the lawyer in the trial because you're going home and doing work on top of this. So, yeah, it's crazy with these folks.
And you're mad at the client.
You're working on the weekends.
Here's a question I got for you, Ellen. Why don't you do like some of the other lawyers have done, and they usually cover like the trial like a day behind, or are you just wanting to be there as it happens?
No, you want to be there as it happens. It's better to see where it happens. Otherwise, it's not as to me, it's not as engaging if it's like old news, because like there could be something big that happened in the trial and then you like aren't there covering
spoiled.
it. Right. Yeah, and you're kind of spoiled. It's like spoilers. If I'm going to cover something late, then I'm going to cover a trial that happened like a couple months ago, right? So it's more of like a historical trial that's been already completely spoiled, like going back and doing a rewatch of OJ or something. Right.
Yeah,
you know, which is something much different. Like, okay,
You'll
we're doing
see a
this
lot of lawyers
so
if it's an open courtroom actually head to the location. Like Ronco actually went all the way down to Virginia for the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Exactly. Like, yeah, a lot of people flew in for that. For Rittenhouse, people went in. There were a lot of other places of trials where people flew in. So yeah, it definitely is something where people will head into the court and be in there because you're allowed to. The public is allowed to be there. In fact, I know somebody who is attending there in this courtroom, but they're not a content creator. They're just a person, right? Like a lawyer that is interested in this. So it is open to the public, which is why we get access to it. And Florida is really adamant about, really adamant about this situation. But mind you, I'm still going to be trying to do other streams and other content. I've got people reporting to me on some crazy stuff that's coming out of Vector. And, I shouldn't say this, but I'm tired, so I'm just going to say it. I may or may not have been hit up with someone with extreme behind the scenes like involvement there. So it's kind of like an expose into them. So that's something I'm going to do. So I'm going to try what I'm going to try to do is do it tomorrow because there's no court, right? So like tomorrow's fine. So I'll probably cover Vector tomorrow.
Yeah, I was
yes,
saying
they're back,
Vector or
yes, they're
Wactor. Like VTuber? Like VTuber Wactor?
VTuber, W-A-C-T-O-R. What do you say? Wactor?
Yeah.
Wactor?
Yeah, Wactor.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Yeah, and there's what you see on X and what people are talking about, and I've got more info that's private that I know only I have because they're like, well, you're an attorney, so I have to see how much I can show and how much I can talk about publicly. But holy fuck, there's some degenerate stuff going on. So that's for tomorrow when there's no trial. But hey, thank you guys for being with me. I know that some of you guys just like me for my VTuber coverage and you not necessarily like trial coverage. I hope it's a different experience. I don't do this always. It's very rare, but it's kind of fun when it comes up. It's like, oh yeah, we don't always do this, but when we do, it's like a little marathon. It's like almost like a subathon or something, right? We like get through it and experience it together. And it's great to share this with you guys. So Aaron, Sparky, Junie, thank you so much. And Ava too. I'll bring you in real quick. Ava, thanks for popping on with me. Hopefully I can see you on Monday as well. And thank you all for joining. It's been 8 hours, so I'm going to try to sleep right now. But I very much appreciate all you guys. Until next time, we're going to leave you with what the defense is probably doing right now.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yeah, you're coping.